Test, test, test. 1, 2, 3. Test, test. 1, 2, 3. Sweet. It's working. I think we've seen that intro. Actually, you know what? Let's do it one more time. Sorry, I did not realize that the sound was not working. We have it fixed now. We have Michael T. I've been doing a lot of talking without any sound. We have Michael T. Holy versus Glass Half Dead. Test, test, test. All right, yes, we have Michael T. Holy versus Glass Half Dead. Best Coast pairings came through and paired these two together in the first round, totally randomly, which is still blowing my mind. Yes, best F, respects for GHD. So we've actually moved on to the first movement phase. Glass Half Dead has won the initiative role, and he has pretty much moved his team up. I went through the rosters. Unfortunately, I don't know if I was talking to myself there, apparently. Essentially, give you a quick rundown of the rosters. Michael Holy is running the is Azarani. It's the Ulthway sub-faction, which I believe gets him a 6-up invulnerable save, or possibly a 6-up feel no pain. And he has a Wraith Guard who is in reserve right now. He has a Striking Scorpion Demolition Specialist who's in reserve. The Wraith Guard's his heavy specialist, actually. He also has a Howling Banshee Exarch. He also has a Dire Avenger Exarch with 2 Avenger Shrieking Catapults. He has 2 Dire Avengers with Avenger Shrieking Catapults, as well as 2 Storm Guardian Gunners with Flamers, as well as a Guardian Defender Leader. So between the Wraith Guard, Howling Banshee Exarch, Striking Scorpion, Dire Avenger Exarch, he has some tough and very lethal models. Now, the Striking Scorpion, one of the Flamers, and the Wraith Guard are in reserve for Michael. Glass has finished moving up his Necrons. Now, he hasn't previously, and yesterday he was playing a whole bunch of Flayed Ones, but he has mustered a team that has no Flayed Ones and has 2 Lich Guard with Warskites that are actually at the top and bottom middle of the screen. They're the furthest ones to the right on the screen for the Necrons, close to those 2 center pieces of terrain. And so he has 2 Lich Guard with Warskites, and essentially the rest of his team is Immortals or Necron Warriors. But he is mostly a ranged Necron team right now with the 2 Wraith Guards. Or sorry, the 2 Lich Guards with Warskites. So we have moved on to Michael's movement phase, so we'll see what he looks like. He's advancing. Sorry, one second. It looks like the chat for the stream has shut down for some reason.
Elliot.
Would you mind telling Sheldon that it just totally stopped running the chat? The stream chat just totally shut down for no reason. So yes, we are in Michael's Holy's movement phase, his Azarani. It looks like he's measuring to move one of his Flamers, who's situated in the between those 2 crates on the right side of the screen, measuring towards the center objective. Sorry, the stream chat has disappeared at my end. Yeah, I just can't reply to the chat right now, unfortunately. So a lot of the setup is owned by Kill Team Stream, Sheldon, and he is actually playing in this tournament today. So technical difficulties will have to often wait until he has a free moment to actually come and deal with it. So unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to see the chat, or actually I might be able to see the chat. You know what? If I can bring the chat up on my phone. Yeah. Oh, do you mind just like answering people if they...
I usually do that. Yeah.
Oh, good, good. And who are you?
Aesthetics Deluxe.
Okay, so the other TO, Elliot Miller, is Aesthetic Deluxe. in the chat, and he's going to be monitoring the chat for me because I unfortunately cannot see it at the moment. We'll see if I can get that back up and running ASAP. I'm gonna just double check to see if I can't just sort of watch my own stream, I guess. All right, I'm sort of doing it the old school way. I'm just going to sort of log into the stream so that I can see it. So we are still in Michael Holy's movement phase. He does have a Striking Scorpion in reserve and a Wraithguard in reserve, as well as a Flamer model in reserve. It looks like he's being very hesitant to move his models up extremely far. Both of the players, Glass F Dead and Michael, I don't see any, no initiated charges yet. That's for sure. Now, when I looked at Michael's Mustard team, it looks like he definitely... So I was trying to just log into it, but this happened.
Oh.
I didn't do anything. It just automatically did that. All right, we are logging back into the chat. Also, when I go to the main, it looks like it's not live. It's just like a picture.
Yeah, I told you you gotta like reset that one. That's the one that gets problem. So.
Okay, I got it.
Yeah. Oops. All right, you're live.
All right, we're back. I can see the chat now. Yeah, but you can still, yeah. We're good. Okay, we're still in movement. We're still in Battle Round 1 movement phase. Michael T. Holy. Let's see if we can't transition to that awesome other camera angle. Boom. So you are looking at the angle from Glass F Dead's Necron side of the table at the moment. They're trying to check line of sight. They may have moved on to the shooting phase. Let's see. So I see the Howling Banshee has moved up behind the center objective on the top half of the screen. He's placing that Wraithguard down. It just came in from reserves right next to the Howling Banshee on that objective in the top right-hand corner. So he's placing it, I believe, inside his deployment zone so that this, when he comes in from reserves, it doesn't cost anything. Because he has to be within 1 inch of a table edge and in his deployment zone in order for that not to cost any command points to come in from reserve. He was using that essentially to strategically place his models at the end of the movement phase to really get the best positioning possible before the shooting phase. Because that Wraithguard has a D-Scythe. And it looks like he's going to be taking a shot at that Lich Guard with War Scythe. We got a Wraithguard with D-Scythe and a Lich Guard with War Scythe. And they're on the top edge of the screen, top edge of the board. And we'll see if that D-Scythe can take out that Lich Guard in the shooting phase. And it looks like we have the Striking Scorpion. Now, Michael's Striking Scorpion, it may be hard to see on the screen, but is actually a red Striking Scorpion. So although it's not green, it is still a Striking Scorpion model. He has painted it red. It is in line with the reddish theme of the rest of his team. He's trying to decide, he's coming in from reserve. Okay, it looks like he is going to pay the command point to bring that Striking Scorpion in inside Glass's deployment zone behind behind Glass's models on the top left-hand corner. So the Wraith Guard came in from reserves in Michael Holy's deployment zone in the top right-hand corner of the screen, and the Striking Scorpion is behind that shipping container in the top left-hand corner inside Glass's deployment zone. The sub-faction that he is running, I'm going to have to ask him. Sorry, what sub-faction? I didn't see it.
So I'm running.
Oh, Mefrit.
So I'm
Mefrit.
-1, an extra -1 AP rather than 12.
Cool. So he has. Got it. All right. So he is running the Mefrit sub-faction for the Necrons, which gives his essentially his shooting models an extra -1 to their AP value of their weapons, which I think is really going to come in handy against the Eldar here. This game could be really interesting, man. If Glass is able to pull this off, this would be epic, like beyond epic, really. Glad he can't hear me at the moment, but yeah, this is going to be really interesting. So the way the missions work at LVO, which may be different from some other tournaments, is that we're actually should we change the primary objectives? So you get 1 point if you kill one model. You get another point if you kill more models than your opponent. You get 1 point for holding one objective, and you get another primary point for holding more objectives than your opponent. So there's 4 primary objectives that each player can get. Kill one, kill more, hold one, hold more, as well as the 3 secondary objectives, which they choose from a large list of 18 secondary objectives before the game. We don't know what their secondary objectives are yet. It looks like we're moving on to the shooting phase, because neither of the teams have psychers, so we will be skipping over the psychic phase. And it looks like we've got the Dire Avenger Exarch with his double catapults targeting down the center of the map to that Necron. So he's targeting that Necron model in the center of the board with his Dire Avenger Exarch and his dual Avenger Shuriken catapults. They're having rules discussion right now about, I believe, about the targeting with multiple weapons. So he's trying to see how many hits he gets. He's making his armor saves. And nothing happened. It looks like Glass, failed to wound, and/or Glass made his armor saves from those 2 shots from the Dire Avenger Exarch. So that is 1 shooting attack down for the Azerani, for the Azerani. Now we've moved on to Glass gets to choose a model to shoot with. I don't believe either of them have readied models. I don't see any readied tokens on it. No, I don't think either of them have ready models. So they're going to be alternating back and forth, choosing a model to shoot with. Glass is just measuring, trying to see what his Necron Immortals can see. I believe he wants to take out that Howling Banshee. I think the Howling Banshee is really causing him is going to be a problem if he can't take him out before he gets into close combat. So he's trying to see if he's obscured or not. If they need to ask me questions, I will just head over there and fill them in. So let's see what Glass is going to do in his turn to shoot. He's definitely wanting to target that Howling Banshee. He is measuring from several different models, trying to see if he can hit that Howling Banshee. You can't see the Howling Banshee from this angle. Or maybe you can. Yeah, the Howling Banshee is straight ahead in the middle of the screen behind that piece of terrain at the top of the screen. Okay, it looks like we're going back to the shooting phase for Michael Holy. Another armor save from the Necrons. So it looks like not a lot has No models have been killed. It'll be interesting to see. This could be a very low-scoring game if these teams are so tough and hard to kill that neither of them are able to really get those, kill one, kill more primary objectives. It'll be interesting to see what they've chosen for their secondary objectives, if they chose positional versus sort of kill type secondary objectives, because it looks like the kill type secondary objectives are going to be really tricky to pull off, considering how durable these teams are. I'm seeing several ones being rolled for shooting from Glass Half Dead there, so it looks like he missed, and we're back to the shooting phase for the Azerani. Michael Holy is choosing another model to shoot with. It looks like he's going to shoot with... I don't believe he's shot with the Wraith Guard yet. We'll see how the Wraith Guard handles. Okay, so it's the Striking Scorpion in the top left-hand corner behind that shipping container is shooting into the back of that Necron Warrior or Necron Immortal. Warriors and Immortals are hard to tell apart from here. If anyone wants to give me clues telling the difference between Necron Immortals and Necron Warriors from the back, that would be very useful. Oh, and Michael D. only rolls a 6 on the injury roll. Reanimation Protocols comes into play from the Striking Scorpion. Reanimation Protocols claims its first victim. It was pretty funny. Michael had kind of forgotten about that, and he had assumed that model was being taken out of action with the 6 roll for the injury roll, and Glass was like, nope, he's good. Crazy. So now we're back to Glass Half Dead choosing his next model to shoot with. This is definitely going to be a very interesting shooting game. Warriors have the 1-barrel gun, Immortals have 2. Okay, so we have 1. Still hard to tell. Oh, we've got another model shooting. I believe it's a Warrior. Got 1 hit, 1 wound. I'm assuming he's shooting at the Howling Banshee. Makes his 6-up save. Both players are rolling 6s on those saves that they only need a 6-up for, or for reanimation protocols. So this is like, no one has even taken a flesh wound yet, and they're almost done the shooting phase. This is really fascinating. So we've got 1 wound. I believe this is the D-Scythe shooting at the Necron. So he put 1 wound onto the Lich Guard at the top side of the screen. So that Lich Guard took 1 wound from the D-Scythe. The first minor injury of the game. And it looks like they're just missing all over the place. Back to the shooting phase for Michael D. Holy. He's rolling, this is a Flamer shooting. So he gets 2 wounds. And, he's about to kill the Lich Guard. If the Lich Guard does not make, he's paying a CP to re-roll the 1 armor save. Makes it. The Lich Guard has survived the Flamer shot with that re-roll of the armor save. Nobody is getting kill 1 this turn, as far as I can tell. So it looks like we're back to Glass Half Dead, choosing another model to shoot with. I believe we have I can't see over his shoulder, Necron Warrior. Eldar makes his 5-up armor save. Man, these guys do not want to go down on either team. So we're back to the Azerani player choosing which model he wants to shoot with. So he is guessing it might be another flamer. I'm having a hard trouble seeing behind. So it's on the top right-hand corner of your screen is the models he's shooting with. Oh, so it's just, I believe it's just a Shuriken catapult. 1 wound, makes the armor save. Oh, no, so we got at the bottom of the screen. Let's see if I can't switch so you can get a better angle on that one. Glass has 1 or 2 other Necron models to shoot with. 1 more Necron Warrior, I believe, can shoot. On your screen, he's going to be on the sort of bottom left edge of the board. Oh no, looks like they have completed the shooting phase. They've completed the shooting phase, and they're moving on to scoring. This is going to be a low-scoring game. Nobody took anyone out. They are both holding at least 1 objective, but neither of them are holding more. Oh, unless... oh, no, it looks like Glass might be holding the center. Nope. So Glass got 2 points. Oh, he did get Reconnaissance as his secondary objective.
What was yours? What was the score there?
Okay, the score after turn 1 is a ridiculously low 2 for the Necrons and 1 for the Azerani. This is going to be it's going to be really interesting to see. That's such a low score. Glass Half Dead did get Reconnaissance, the secondary objective where he just has to have 2 models within 1 inch of 2 board edges outside of his deployment zone, and he was at the top edge and the bottom edge of the map. So he was able to get that victory point, and that puts him in the lead, 2-1 at the end of Battle Round 1. At the end of Battle Round 1. That is crazy. So they're definitely moving on to Battle Round 2 now. I don't know if they're on to the initiative phase for Battle Round 2 yet. They both seem to be considering their options prior to the initiative phase. Right, because I think they might have some... Oh, because Michael Holy does still have a Storm Guardian gunner flamer who is in reserve, who could come in. You know, he could pay the command point to put him somewhere else, or he could come in for free within Michael's deployment zone at some future turn. Okay, they were discussing. He was trying. Couldn't hear what tactic he was going to use there, but he decided against it. So Michael Holy is just going to grab some water real quick. This is a ridiculously low-scoring game. Oh, Glass Half Dead can now tell me exactly what models he's using, because I was trying to. I'm a Necron expert, and telling me 7 warriors, 2 Lich Guard.
One of the warriors is a comms, one's a leader. The Lich Guard, one is a combat, one's a zealot. The zealot has taken a wound. That's it. Nothing happened in that turn. It was terrible.
Absolutely crazy. So, all right. Looks like Glass Half Dead he's advancing. Oh, so I don't know if he used decisive move there. He advanced the Lich Guard with the War Sky. That's an interesting choice. I think I might have. Oh, he went up to just hold that objective and be a tough dude sitting on that bottom left objective. Let's see if we can't get a shot at that. So you can see on the left side of your screen there, the Lich Guard with War Sky has advanced up onto the objective closest to Michael Holy's deployment zone on the left side. And it's hard to see on this angle because it's on the bottom of the screen underneath the score. So you can just barely see part of that Lich Guard with the War Scythe at the bottom, sort of near the bottom right-hand objective on the screen. And Sorry, who won the initiative there? Okay, so Glass did win the initiative, and he advanced that. They must have both used decisive move. Was that a decisive move that just happened there? Oh, okay.
That's just me. He considered decisive moving, but didn't.
I consider decisive moving. So you're done moving.
I've just stopped. I'm making a charge.
Ah, okay. So we have a charge being declared, and he makes a 12-inch charge with the wounded Lich Guard. That is crazy. Onto the Howling Banshee. Oh man, he is marked for death. And the Howling Banshee fell back to try and make that charge longer. And but he did not fall back. I guess he could have fallen back behind the Wraith Guard, but he didn't, and he made that 12-inch charge. That was huge. Holy crazy! It was crazy. So that Lich Guard has now charged the Howling Banshee. That Howling Banshee is in trouble. So yes, we are still continuing Glass Septet's movement phase. Michael T. Holy did not opt to use decisive move. He may be regretting that now that Glass made that ridiculous 12-inch charge. So Glass now has 7 warriors and a couple of immortals to move around. He's finished moving he advanced the Lich Guard on the bottom right-hand corner to that other objective, and he charged with the other Lich Guard on the Howling Banshee, and now he's just kind of repositioning his other Necron warriors and Necron immortals. This is going to be very interesting. Still only a score of 2-1 after Battle Round 1 in this first round of the Las Vegas Open 2020 Kill Team Tournament. There are 54 players in this tournament, including a large number of very competitive and good Kill Team players. So Glass is still considering his moves. Now he does have that Striking Scorpion in the top left-hand corner of the screen behind that shipping container inside his deployment zone to contend with. So we'll see if he's going to sort of either try and shoot at him or just, take the blunt of his charge as best as he can. I have a feeling that Striking Scorpion is going to charge those warriors on that objective in the top left-hand corner. Okay, so he's moving up just so that they're at the very least within line of sight, and they'll get Overwatch on that Striking Scorpion if he does charge them. That was he did not have a model there last round. That was this. He just moved. He advanced that model this round. Command point. They were both holding 2 objectives at the end of Battle Round 1. As far as I know, anyways. Sorry, we have a... So,
I can't answer that.
that. Thank you, chat. That was, yep. I just corrected that.
Okay. So if he has a Misericordia, his Custode.
We have a rules question. Hold on a second.
So he's got the little sword, the Misericordia.
Yeah.
Does it get its own injury roll?
You can't attack with two different weapons in close combat. You have to choose one.
So, but the Mysticoria says you get an additional attack or something, so you can make a single attack with that? I thought you do.
Oh yeah, you get an extra attack.
But does it with that weapon?
No, it doesn't work that way in close combat. It counts as like.
So he doesn't get to use the Mysticoria at all then?
You get an extra attack, but it doesn't. You don't get another injury roll. Once in close combat, once you get to the injury roll, all the other attacks are negated. It's different from shooting with multiple weapons. If you get to the injury roll, all the other ones are. We had a rules question happening. So actually the score, which I will update here, is actually 3-1 for Glass F Dead because he did have Hold More. Good job, chat. You came through. So now we're on to the Azerani player's movement phase. It looks like he's advanced or moved up that Wraith Guard. You can't really see it underneath the piece of terrain. It's literally in the dead center of the board on the top edge of the screen behind that tower on the top side of the screen. And that is a Wraith Guard with D-Skype. So it looks like we have another... Oh, hold on, we got another rules question. Hold on a second. Sorry, chat.
Custodian charges in with this. Charges in. For some reason, he Mysticoria attacks the guy one time, but the other guy he can still allocate his roll.
You need to allocate all the attacks before you...
He already did, but he rolled the Mysticoria first. So does that mean the guy that he rolled out of action roll, he doesn't get...
Oh, if it's two different guys, you would get two different injury rolls. It's only if it's on one guy. Just had a rules question there. Yes, the Azerani are playing Ulthway. If someone wants to type into the chat exactly what Ulthway does, that would be amazing. I'm pretty sure it's like a 6-up invul save or a 6-up feel no pain, one of those two. So yes, we have moved on to the Azerani movement phase. The Howling Banshee is stuck in combat with the Lich Guard. The Wraith Guard has moved up to the top middle edge of the board behind that middle tower on the top side of the screen. Let's see what's going on at that other angle. So Michael is carefully weighing his movement options. Looks like he is carefully deciding what he wants to do. I think it's because it's his current position in the game is not as favorable as he would like, I think, and so he's really trying to decide what he wants to do. So it looks like he's moving a single Dire Avenger, up to that objective, top right of the screen. He's moving a Dire Avenger, just keeping him on the edge of objective. He's kind of trying to decide if he wants to move him up or not, because if he moves him up there, he will be in line of sight and range of several shooting attacks from the Necrons. It'll be interesting to see if Glass even targets that Wraith Guard, because he is a tough dude to take down. So he moved the Dire Avenger, also hidden behind that piece of terrain on the top middle center of the map, behind the Wraith Guard, basically within 1 inch of the Wraith Guard, so that if he gets shot at, he'll get the extra -1 to hit or bonus to his injury roll. Not.
There was
Someone
the
does.
highest born went down to 2 wounds. Is that true?
What?
Highest born was changed to 2 wounds or not?
Hold on, let me check. Just got another rules question here. Sorry, dudes. Checking on. Maybe you guys can answer it before I can find it. Did Pius Bourne get moved down to 2 wounds in the Kill Team Annual? That's the question that they're asking right now, and I can't remember exactly.
Is she down to 2?
We'll see in a second. I also asked the chat. We'll see.
Yeah.
Here, you want to find her? In there?
Just look her up.
If you just click on the page, it'll zoom in.
Oh, okay. Here we go. Let me just. Can I do a word search?
Yeah. That works. Oh, yes, 2 wounds. The chat just spammed me.
2 wounds.
Yeah.
See, that's what we thought, because we're about to do a damage roll for
Yeah,
this.
good. Thank you, chat. You guys are the best. That's literally chat coming. Chat rescue. Chat rescue number 2. Good job, chat. All right, so back to the game at hand. We've got Necrons versus Azurani, Michael T. Holy versus Glass Half Dead. Okay, so we're on to the shooting phase. Both players have finished moving. Looks like Azurani is shooting a flamer, so he rolled a 3 for the number of attacks on the flamer. 2 wounds. Sorry, 2 hits. Okay, that was not the flamer. 2 wounds. Looks like 1 failed save. He's debating. Glass is debating if he wants to re-roll the save. No, injury roll. And that is a flesh wound. Flesh wound onto that Necron Warrior. Necron Warrior in the top left-hand corner of the map. Okay, we're on to Glass's turn to shoot with the model. And it looks like he's shooting at the Dire Avenger Exarch with the Warrior. He wounds. Saving throw. Fails to save. Takes a wound. Dire Avenger Exarch takes a wound. So he's down to 1 wound. Now back to the Azurani's turn to pick a model to shoot with in the shooting phase of Battle Round 2. I am so glad that you guys got to see this match in the first round. It's pretty awesome that BCP set this up. So it looks like he's trying to decide what he wants to shoot at. He's got several models sort of clumped up in the bottom right-hand corner behind that shipping container inside his deployment zone. I believe that's where he brought in the Flamer model from reserve. So he's got, I think, a Dire Avenger. Maybe I believe his leader, a Flamer, and another Dire Avenger are in the bottom right-hand corner. Looks like he wants to take some shots at that Lich Guard on that objective at the bottom edge of the screen. You can't really see the Lich Guard. Okay, another Flamer. 4 wounds, fails 2 saves, onto the injury roll, and that is an out of action. So that was a Necron Warrior who just got taken out of action on that center of the board. And it looks like he potentially got kill 1. Yes, so he would have gotten kill 1 for the primary objective. That is the first model taken out of action in this game. With that roll of a 5. So it looks like Michael T. Holy is still trying to decide who else he wants to shoot with. Oh no, sorry, Glass Half Dead is trying to decide. So it looks like we have an Immortal who's going to shoot at the Wraith Guard. He gets 2 shots, 2 hit, definitely 2 hits. 5s to wound. 1 wound. Okay, so it is a 6-up Feel No Pain, and he did not make either of them, so that Wraith Guard has taken 1 wound. You can't really see the Wraith Guard, it's hidden behind that building on the top middle edge of the board. But the Wraith Guard just took 1 wound from a shot from either Necron Immortal or I believe it was a Warrior actually that took that wound off. So I think we have so the Striking Scorpion did shoot. Okay, now we're looking at the bottom right-hand corner, shooting at the Lich Guard. 2 hits. No wounds. The Lich Guards are tough. I know, I agree. Yeah. I know, you can't see we're just talking about changing those towers to ones that you can actually see under. They have a little overhang, and it makes it hard from the top-down angle to see the models underneath them. For example, you still can't see the Wraith Guard. The Wraith Guard is at the top side of the screen behind that tower. So we had another failed shooting attack from the Necrons. Nothing exciting happening at the moment. Looks like he wants to take some more shots in the bottom right-hand corner at that Lich Guard. There's a Lich Guard underneath the number 1 there on the screen. 1 shot with the Flamer. But he gets a 6 to wound. He does have a 3-up save and makes a save. So we got another Necron Warrior targeting Necron Warrior with comms. Hits on 3s. 2 hits on the Dire Avenger Exarch, also near the bottom edge of the screen. You can see the Dire Avenger Exarch, though, sort of bottom center of the screen. Looks like he rolled 1 wound, and he gets a save, but he does not make a save. He is... he's going to re-roll the armor save. Okay, sorry, we have a question. Oh, he's re-rolling it. Also fails it on the re-roll. Onto the injury roll, I believe. Oh no, he's re-rolling that save.
What was the roll before you re-rolled
Oh, that was the Oathway. Yeah.
That was an Oathway save. Got it. Sorry, we had a question there. That was crazy. That would have taken out, potentially, at least cause a injury roll to the Dire Avenger Exarch with his multiple Shuriken catapults, or Dire Avenger catapults, Avenger Shuriken catapults. Okay, so we got some more shooting coming from in the bottom right-hand corner, and he misses with just, I believe that was his Guardian Defender Shuriken catapult shooting. Still just 1 model out of action, so unless Glass Up Dead is able to take one of the... Oh, they will still have the fight phase going to happen, so... Alright, so another failed shooting attack from the Necrons, unfortunately, and that's end of the shooting phase. Okay, we got... Okay, so he paid... We have the D-Scythe on the Wraith Guard. Used the tactic to get 2 shots. He wounds on a 2. He did get 1 wound. Onto the Necron Warrior. Straight to the injury roll. No save. And he is out of action. Those Wraith Guard is putting in work. He's going to re-roll the reanimation protocol. He already used his re-roll. And reanimation protocols kicked in there. Yeah, we have a few players bumping the table here, trying to figure out what's causing the camera to be shaky.
Hey, guys down there. Alec, I think you're hitting the camera thing there.
It's okay. That should be better. Somebody was just bumping the bar that was holding up the camera. Should be a little better now. Thank you, chat. Again. Okay, so it looks like we had a fire and fade movement from the Wraith Guard. Moved up. That you can now see him. He's a purple Wraith Guard. Top side of the screen onto that objective in the top left-hand corner. After taking a second Necron Warrior out of action. So there's 2 Necron Warriors out of action in this turn. So we'll see what's going to happen. Okay, we're still in the shooting phase. This looks like another Dire Avenger, and he missed. He was hitting on 4s, and he missed with both shots. Another shot from his leader. Misses. Does not wound. Okay, these are the Dire Avenger catapults who almost got taken out of action, but did not. So he's just shooting at the warrior on that bottom left-hand side of the screen on the objective. He's trying to decide who he wants to target with that second Avenger Shuriken catapult from the Dire Avenger Exarch. Two hits, 1 wound. I believe he's hitting and makes the save. Second attack, no wound. He needed a 5 to wound. Oh, he was shooting at the. He was definitely shooting at the Lich Guard on that objective because that Lich Guard is going to contest that objective. Very interesting. So currently Glass is holding 2 objectives. The Wraith Guard is contesting that one in the top left-hand corner. So they might both be holding 2. No, they're contesting. No, so Glass will be holding 2, and he will be holding 1, it looks like. So no save. This is on the fight phase on the Howling Banshee. And it looks like so he's got 2. He just needed 1/6 to keep that Howling Banshee alive because he had 2 damage, and he made one of the 6s, so that took 1 wound off the Howling Banshee. So I believe the Howling Banshee is going to fight back against that Lich Guard. 3 hits, 5s to wound. No wounds. So they are stuck in combat. That was that kill that Glass needed. It looks like Glass is holding more objectives. Two death from afar secondary objectives for Yazarani. They've moved on to scoring. So I believe Glass is holding more objectives. No kills yet for the Necrons. 2 kills for the Azurani. We'll see what the score is at the end of this round. I'm not sure what secondary objectives Glass have dead. Do we have the score? So you got hold 1, hold 1. 7.
What did you get there?
Ah, 2 death thrown fires and 1 relic. Ah, so he had picked up relic hunters. It's just essentially bounty hunters. And the score is now score is now 5-7, I believe.
You got 2 points that round? So you have 5 now.
5-7 for the Azerani. These are some low-scoring games. But you never know what could happen. On to battle round 3. I'm assuming it looks like Michael Holy. I'm not sure. That's a question for Elliot. Battle round 3. All right. Sorry about that. Just had a question there. So, it looks like we have the Azerani movement phase. I'm going to find out how much time is left in the round.
Elliot.
Sorry about the yelling into the mic. How much time left in the round?
There's 18 minutes left.
Did you have your immediate yell?
Yelled 15 minutes, you can hit 12:30.
Oh, you're going to yell 15 minutes?
I yelled 40 and 30. Yeah, 18. So if you want to add 12:30, just keep your eye on it.
Yeah. So 15 minutes into
18 minutes. I was going to yell 15 minutes.
18 minutes left in the round. Okay, we've got an advance happening from the Azerani. Looks like a Storm Guardian is advancing inside his deployment zone, looking to take some shots at some Necron warriors and Immortals. See what they're going to do about those Lich Guard. That Howling Banshee dodged a bullet there, taking the hit from the Lich Guard and only taking 1 wound. So we have a charge being declared, I believe, by the Dire Avenger Exarch, which is not hit on Overwatch. I believe he makes it. So we're just seeing just making sure the measuring is probably, he's got one of those really skinny little measuring tapes, and I want to make sure he didn't hug the edge of that piece of terrain. But it didn't really matter. He made that charge with Dire Avenger Exarch onto the objective of the Necrons. So we're still in the movement phase. I believe we have some more advances. Oh, that's a big advance. So this is the Dire Avenger in the bottom right-hand corner, making a big sweep in advance to the other side of the map behind that shipping container in the top right-hand corner. Double checking range and line of sight. Oh, the Howling Banshee is falling back from the Lich Guard. That makes sense. This is going to be interesting. The Lich Guard can only fall back himself or remain stationary. I'm assuming he's also going to fall back. So most of the move. Okay, we've got the Striking Scorpion. We'll see what he's going to do. The top left-hand corner of your screen behind that shipping container in Glass F Dead's deployment zone. See if he wants to charge and or move on to that objective, I have a feeling. Oh, he just readied the Striking Scorpion, so he's just straight up going to shoot some stuff in the top left-hand corner, because he does already have that Wraith Guard on the objective. If that Wraith Guard was somehow taken out of action, that would be something. So now we're on, I believe we're on to, yes, we're on to Glass F Dead. We're on to the Necrons movement phase for Battle Round 3.
Hey, excuse me. Can you tell him to stop shaking them?
Just had some people shaking the camera there. Shaky camera. All right, so we could look like we have the Lich Guard initiating a charge. Looks like he made a 7. Measuring to see if that Lich Guard in the bottom right-hand objective can reach anyone with his charge. So he didn't make his charge, so he's just going to sit on that objective in the bottom right-hand corner and hold it. Would have been interesting. He didn't. It must have been just like 1 inch off that charge. So we got a readied warrior in the center of the board. Let's see what this other. I believe that's an immortal. Let's see if he wants to make sure that he can contest some more objectives. Really, I feel like every turn could go either way with that kill one, kill more, because if somebody just doesn't roll well on those injury rolls, that can really swing things by a couple of points. Both of these teams are pretty tough to kill sometimes. So we have Glass moving up another warrior towards the center objective. I'm probably going to make it. I think we have a little over 10 minutes remaining in the round. We're still in Battle Round 3. It looks like they're barely going to make it to the end of Battle Round 3, so this could decide the game. We do have hour-and-a-half rounds, so it's surprising sometimes that the players take a long time. So it looks like we have some decisions being made by Glass F Dead, measuring for his movement or charges potentially. Wants to see if he can't move around that Wraith Guard in the top left-hand corner of the screen. Oh, I guess I should start recording. Whoopsie. So we're in Battle Round 3. Glass F Dead versus Michael T. Holy. Movement phase of Battle Round 3. There's only about 10 minutes left in the round. Michael T. Holy leads Glass Half Dead 7-5 with his Azurani versus Necrons.
That dude, man. That dude just did not want to die.
Looks like he's going to try and fall back with the Lich Guard. Trying to decide what he wants to do.
It was a lot worse until this last round was actually done.
Tough decisions. Those Lich Guard are. Okay, so he is falling. He is falling back with the Lich Guard onto that objective in the top right-hand corner.
Those Ulthways, man. Like, seriously. If he hadn't made those two Ulthways, I would have gotten, I would have gotten an even amount of kills. He wouldn't have gotten kill more, I'd have gotten kill one, and I'd have gotten cut apart. I would have been outraged.
There's approximately 10 minutes left.
Yes, those Ulthway saves really were clutch. We are using casino dice in the Bally's Casino Hotel. One shot from the flamer, just not hit. Believer onto the shooting phase. Battle round 3. 2 hits from the Necrons. 2 wounds, -1 AP. Makes the saves. Oh, so he did put a flesh wound onto. Who's he shooting at there? I can't see that model from any angle. But he put a flesh wound on it. I think it might be a flamer. First round. It's the first round of the tournament. Another flesh wound onto the Necron Warrior in the top left-hand corner. That was the Striking Scorpion shooting at him, I believe. No hits from the Necrons. It is a game of dice, my friends. It is a game of dice. 4 shots from a flamer. 2 wounds. 1 goes through. Injury roll. Out of action. Not a 6. That is the Lich Guard. That's crazy. 5, 6. A 6 would have been reanimation protocols, but that was a 5, and that Lich Guard is out of action. Unfortunately, I can't really ask them that at the moment, Mataji. Okay, so we are still in the shooting phase. Trying to shoot with readied models first. I think the readied models all shot already. Okay, so we have a Dire Avenger in the middle, shooting towards the Necron Immortals. I think they're both Immortals on the center objective. Another 2, and that's a flesh wound onto the Necron Immortal in the center. Another shooting attack from the Necrons onto the Wraith Guard. 2 hits. No wounds. Toughness 5 models are tough to remove. Some of the people have put on their rosters into the VCFP app, some have not. But yes, you should be able to see them. So another flesh wound, a 3rd flesh wound onto that Necron in the top left-hand corner on that objective with the Wraith Guard. He is absorbing a lot of hits, and Necrons have that sweet, sweet 9 leadership, so they're not going to be failing those nerve tests anytime.
It's 5 to 7 for
Michael. So there's about 5 minutes left in this round, and then we'll restart again. There might be like a 15-minute break. Well, we're going to restart the next round hopefully in about 20 minutes exactly. So we'll see. That goes 1 wound on a 5, makes the save for the Necrons. We have onto the fight phase. Looks like we just have the 1 charge from the Dire Avenger Exarch. He's going to reroll the armor save, and he makes it. Does return fire. No save. Okay. So Michael Holy's going to re-roll the armor save from the hit from the Necron in close combat on the bottom left hand. Does not make the Ulthway injury roll, and he is out of action. Well, that's kill 1. Kill 1 for the Necrons. First kill of the game. And it looks like they're going on to the morale phase. Battle round 3. Not much time left. So we have some... Oh, he did not break. He had to take a break test. Necrons had to take a break test. He did not break because they break on a 9. So now they're on to scoring for battle round 3. So it looks like Necrons get hold 1, hold more. They both killed 1. They both killed 1. This could be interesting. We'll see. Oh, the Necron, he did get cut apart, actually, for removing that Dire Avenger Exarch in close combat. This is really interesting. He forgot to pick up a relic. So he did have a relic, but he can only pick one up. The next round will start at 1. At 1 o'clock. We want to play. Yes. What's the score? The score is tied at the end of battle round 3, 10-10. Holy moly. And there's like 2 minutes left in the round, and they're trying to decide if they want to play through the break to the next round. That is crazy. This is one of the first matches that I've seen go to a tiebreaker. Holy crap. Michael Holy does have the tiebreaker, so they are not going to play into the break. They're trying to decide if they want to play into the break. So they are going to actually end the game, and Michael Holy has the tiebreaker. What's the tiebreaker? What is the tiebreaker again? I can't remember. That's the first one. Yeah. There's still a tiebreaker, controls the most objective marks. I'm going to say the tiebreakers are whoever maxed out the most secondary objectives wins. Oh no, wait, we have an update. Glass Half Dead has beaten Michael C. Holy officially. So, Glass Up Dead has defeated Michael T. Holy. So he thought he had Michael T. Holy, or the Azarani thought he had completed his secondaries, but he did not. And so, because Glass holds the second, they went to the second tiebreaker, which is. Oh my God, this is crazy! I'm trying not to show my. Holy crap! This is also going to throw an interesting wrench into the whole tournament rankings, because we've got 3 more rounds, then a cut to a top 8. So crazy. You guys just saw that here first. Glass Half Dead has defeated Michael T. Holy. His first loss on Azarani in a long, long, long time with Necrons. You guys, I'm a little bit speechless here just because it was so close. That was crazy. So, a little bit of a recap. This is round 1 of the Las Vegas Open Kill Team Tournament. We've got 54 players. You just watched Michael T. Holy play Glass Half Dead, or Andrew Lynch is his real name. Glass Half Dead was playing Necrons, mostly Necron Warriors and a couple of Lich Guard against Michael T. Holy's very elite team of a Wraith Guard, Howling Banshee, Striking Scorpions, Dire Avengers. And it was one of the closest games I've ever seen. Literally the closest game we've had here at LVO, including yesterday's 6 rounds. I don't think there was a single tie as far as I know. And this one went to tiebreakers. At first, we thought that Michael T. Holy and the Azarani had taken it by completing more secondary objectives, like getting the full 3 points for more secondary objectives as the tiebreaker. But it turned out he actually had not completed more secondary objectives than Glass Half Dead, and Glass Half Dead held more objectives at the end of the game, which was the second tiebreaker. And he took that game essentially 11-10. The way that we do the scoring, because the way BCP works, after the tiebreaker, Glass Half Dead will get 1 more point. So I'm actually going to change that on the screen. And when people hear about this, they are going to have something to say that may, some people might have some thoughts on this. That was an amazing game. I'm so glad you guys got to see that. BCP came through with a random pairing, like the ultimate random pairing, that just threw this whole thing up, turned this whole tournament upside down, basically. Michael T. Holy is currently the number 1 player on the ITC, and there are like 2 or 3 other players in the Kill Team ITC rankings who, if they do really well in this tournament, in comparison to Michael T. Holy, they could potentially pass him in the ITC rankings. So Glass Half Dead has just done something that was pretty crazy, and most people honestly were not expecting him to win this game, but he obviously picked the right faction. We have a rules question. Hold on 1 second, please.
Unfortunately, you do D3 1 get 1 die each one of them. I know it's weird. It's how it works. Yeah, it does.
Well, they're free rules. They can't save against them.
Yeah.
But you don't get to roll each individual one. You just get
Unless the model has more than 1 wound.
So if it's a 2 wound model,
You could take out 2 wounds, but then you still get 1 die. Because each mortal wound is like
I always thought when it said D3, that was.
I know. I totally agree. It came out.
They changed
A
that.
couple years ago. It's been like that. Oh, you were right.
I gotta go with my friends though, because
always done if it's D3, then somebody next you can roll against them if it goes through their knocks them.
Yeah. For D3 damage, it does do that. For mortal wounds specifically, mortal wounds each count as an individual.
Okay. All right. How much time we got between the next for the?
The next round will be starting in about 9 minutes.
Okay.
That was crazy. Yeah, 11 for Denver. So, I hope that was entertaining for you all. Let's switch to the next. So the next round, just so you know, the next round starts in 9 minutes. So we'll kind of I might step away from the mic for a second here. I'm going to see if I can't switch to a better camera angle. Transition to that other one. There we go. So, Glass F Dead has defeated Michael Zioli in the first round of LVO 2020. And the scores are relatively low, which could have an effect for the top 8.
Yeah.
Need some?
I was going to very quickly do an interview.
Oh yeah. Go ahead.
Oh no.
You can just hold both. I'm recording it right now. But I can stop if you wanted a separate little video. I can stop recording.
No, I'm recording with my phone here, but we're doing it on screen at the same time. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Sure. I don't have like a video. We don't have a camera that aims at you.
No, I'll do this. Yeah. Cool.
So it looks like Glass F Dead's going to do an interview with Michael Zioli after that crazy game.
Thank you. Cheers. Sorry. Oh, do you want to be on this side?
Do I?
Yeah, because I'm right-handed, so I'm holding it. Oh, you can take that. I don't really need to. Okay, hello, Michael.
Hello.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Buddies.
There's nobody I'd rather lose to.
You know, after that deep dish pizza yesterday, what can I say?
That's right.
It was lovely.
That's
It was
right.
lovely.
That's right.
However, moving on.
What did you put in that deep dish pizza?
Wait, it does. Okay, so that was a super tight game, and maybe it was my impression, but I really feel like neither of us did anything in turn 1.
Right.
You got a flesh wound, I think.
Nope, did not.
Oh, but that didn't
Nothing.
happen turn
Not a
1.
single
Okay.
thing on the first turn.
So turn 2, you got.
Well,
2
yeah,
kills?
I might have taken one wound off your.
I think you got.
I took
a
one
on a
wound
warrior.
off the warrior,
Yeah.
or the Lich Guard. With the
Oh, yes, you did.
with the
You did.
flamer and a D side,
Yes.
I took one wound off.
Yes, that was,
that was-
incredibly lucky.
Yeah.
How do you think the game went apart from that?
Well, it went great. My game plan was fine. You had some bad luck with the shooting. I had terrible luck with the Necron on the corner.
Yeah.
That was a little bit of a linchpin, but none of that mattered. Ultimately, it came down to two things. Play-wise, I had the option to do a fire and fade to pick up the relic token and contest an objective. That would have taken away your hold more. It would have given me the relic. It just kind of slipped my mind as we were going into it. I thought we were going to play one more round at the time, and I thought I had a pretty good setup for the fourth round. And then there was a little bit of time left, so then we decided to roll off and see if we play the final turn, and we did not play a final turn. Unfortunately, I didn't have any completed secondaries. You did hold more, and that was that.
Yeah. I think there was some. So both of us didn't roll very well at certain times, but there were some critical rolls where sixes were rolled on both sides.
Yeah.
And that was genuinely the turning point for both. You made 2 amazing Ulthways.
Yeah.
Otherwise, on turn 2, I think you would have lost both your Banshee and your Exile, or turn 3.
Well, no, you would have rolled injury rolls on both of them.
No, sure, that is true. I would
Yeah.
have gone to an injury.
But so you might have got one kill, but actually
Yeah,
it would
sure,
only would have been a 1 point move. So you have to think about dice. What points are in swing, and of course the points on that corner Necron
Huge.
were huge.
Because
That was
a
a two.
bonus point for you,
Yeah,
plus removing hold more for
Yeah,
me.
that was a 2 point swing.
Yeah.
So I see somebody saying I rolled much better, but that's ridiculous. But
Sure.
But I
yeah.
understand, people kind of have funny perceptions. They think
Yeah.
oh, if you kill, that's good, or if you don't kill. And obviously, I mean, you got the kill on the Dire Avenger Exarch
Yeah.
with the Necron in melee, which was also
That was
definitive
so-
for game winning.
A lot of armor saves as well.
Yeah, and your armor
Oh
saves.
yeah, I mean because I have good armor.
Well, I mean, they're,
yeah.
they're fours, but I mean, you made more than half of your fours.
My Lich Guard is 3. Yeah, cool.
Oh yeah, but yeah.
Yeah, I think ultimately it did come down to two things. One, that fight in the corner where I had to spend
Right.
4 CP to fight first.
Right. But you've been saving them all for that occasion.
Reroll, or did I only spend 3?
No, you spent 4. I believe you spent 4 because you did a reroll and you spent the 2. I mean, you went down from 5 to 1. I thought
I
it all
did.
happened right there. Maybe I'm wrong.
I can't remember how I spent the other one.
Yeah, you don't really have another command point, so maybe we're wrong. Maybe it was only 3. But you spent 4 in the last seconds of the game.
Yes. Yeah, I
Um,
did. Yeah.
so-
and that got the kill, which was really, really lucky.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was kind of it. And then obviously the other big swing. We were 2 minutes away from the round ending.
Yeah. I mean, so
When
they
we went
right.
to turn 4, at which point we asked Alex, do we play the next one or do we stop? He said, there's
Whatever.
15 minutes until round 2.
So we could
Do
have
you
finished
want
it.
to keep going? We could have
And
finished,
usually
and you would've
I
won.
opt for that, but because it was tied, I thought I don't know. I just thought it was more. I don't know.
So
we
actually-
rolled off.
We rolled off, and we actually thought you had the win.
We thought I had the
which I was
tiebreaker.
totally okay with.
And so I thought I was going to win then, or win at the end, and then I realized that I'd made a miscalculation. I did not have the win.
So by not making that fire and fade to pick up that final bounty token.
Oh yeah, that was a game.
That
Yeah,
was-
and again, when I sort of saw it in the shooting phase, I'm like, well, I'm not going to ask to do it because I got another round, so it doesn't matter. And then
Sure.
so
Right.
it had, whatever, this and that, and that's how you lose a game. It was a tough list. And so I had to play a tight game with you, I feel like. Now, of course, you never know, and then you just get great dice, and then a lot of things die.
that's brilliant, but
I've
that-
never had a game against Necrons where I didn't kill 2 or 3 the first turn.
Right.
And so that's where they're saying, like, I rolled much better. I killed nothing the first turn
Neither of us
with a
did,
D
yeah.
side. I mean, yeah.
Yes,
But I
yeah,
mean,
that was
like
crazy.
my potential to kill is high.
Very high.
Very, very high.
But you had 2 flamers and a D-Psych in that list.
Yeah.
And they did nothing.
They did nothing.
No, you got to kill with the flamer.
At the Lich Guard at the end. Yeah,
that was
yeah.
it. That was
So
it.
there you go.
But equally,
So yeah,
I didn't make a
yeah, and
single
I think
range
that
kill.
yeah, there was a lot of just
And that was
dice
a
that
range
were
kill
not-
list. Like,
Yeah.
that was my intention, to take you out before you charge me.
right. Well, you know what? The thing you got to think. I gave you the Exarch to shoot at a lot,
Yes.
and you took a lot of your shots at the
did,
Exarch.
I did, yeah.
He's got the 4-up invuln. He's got
Yep.
2 wounds.
Yep.
So I really like how he soaks up your hits.
Yes.
Right.
Well, he's a scary model. I mean,
And then
he's a
you
scary
got
model.
to. I mean, against the Necrons, you work real hard to keep that because even if you're going to get the roll, almost all your injury rolls would have been 5-6 to kill. Because
Yes,
virtually
right.
everything
Yeah,
was.
everybody was behind cover
So,
pretty much all the time.
so yeah, I mean, I think you got to expect you're going to kill a little bit less there, but your advantage is that with the list you had, I've got to stay a little bit more back from you.
Yes.
Because I need to be in cover, or you will cut me up, and you don't as much. So,
No,
and
yeah,
that's what
I-
happened.
yeah,
So
yeah.
that's why you haven't hold more in return, because I was
You
I
had
was
to
working
stay
hard
back,
to make it
yeah.
hard for you to kill me, and that that went as planned. But you were going to get the control points
Yeah.
as a result of that.
And then you didn't get the kills.
I didn't get the kills immediately,
Which
although
therefore-
although I ultimately did. I got enough kills. Like I got enough kills,
Round
even
two,
with
you got
even
2
with
kills.
like
Round 3, you
shaky
beat me again.
dice. Yeah, I mean I had enough to kind of get it here and there. So that was
How do
going
you
to be
think
fine.
you would have changed things if I'd taken the flayed ones?
I'm more confident against the flayed
Oh,
one
okay.
list. I think that I think
I
this.
think a lot of people are afraid of the flayed ones because they are
well,
very good.
I've
in
just
combat.
I've practiced them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well,
And
taking
the
7 warriors
the
is
flayed
weird.
ones have such a hard time with that Wraith guard.
Sure.
And so
Did you make
the
2 up
game
saves,
plan.
right?
Well, no, he's only a 3-up save, but I
Oh,
mean,
okay.
you need 5s to wound him. It takes 6 flayed ones.
Re-rolling wounds.
6 flayed ones need to attack, assuming they're all hitting on 3s and
Yeah,
wounding
yeah.
on 3s, which sometimes they're not, and assuming that they all get to re-roll their hits, which they don't always.
And of course, you have an auto-hitting weapon, which nobody wants to charge.
Well, you gotta charge it. So
yeah.
generally speaking, what happens there is you come close, I stay back, shoot at you. Second round, you charge him. Very unlikely that you kill him. Third round, he steps away, and you've got a big clump of guys who aren't doing anything. He also gets to step away and shoot for free, so he probably shoots and gets a little bit of action. But the key point is he locks up one area of the board that gives me a lot of freedom of movement, which is otherwise the problem against Necron Warriors. So that list was really designed for the flight ones, and my thought was, I could adapt to the range, and we did. I mean, it was. I mean, really, the game plan was good. It just, if you don't remember to pick up your relic token, I mean,
There were definitely
it
some
could be,
there.
and then you don't. I mean, there were two problems, and they both happened. So then you.
Although to fluff myself a bit,
Yeah. Yeah.
I did allow you to change a move you made.
Oh yeah,
to,
absolutely.
To sit on the
No, and I mean, I think that
on the high
normally.
ground winner.
Yeah. No, and I think that I was, I mean, there was a time when you had two guys within 2 inches, and I'm like, hey, move that guy back, otherwise he's gonna. So that's
gentlemanly
like
game.
that's what you have to do. I mean, I don't think nobody doesn't play that way.
Awesome.
I mean, I bet if I'd asked to do the Fire and Fade later, the third round you would have given it to me.
Oh, totally.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, I'm surprised.
But I didn't because I was like, well, I got the fourth round. So
Yeah, you did mention it at the end. You're like, oh, I should have, but then obviously we were way past.
Yeah, we were a bit beyond it, so it was all good.
Awesome.
Well,
Thank you
yeah,
very much.
later. Yeah, good.
A good one. Wow, really hurts.
I was going to actually ask you that.
Yeah.
About, you already talked about it. When I first saw you list at the beginning of the game, I was like, it looks like this was made for flamers.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But,
those flamers.
It's not all that different.
Yeah, it's
I
not
mean,
that
what else would I bring? Because I really just want to avoid bringing my multi-damage weapons, and then you're kind of down to not that much. Maybe scorpions are a little bit nicer against that list, and I only had one. And he had a bad game, but that's how it goes.
I mean,
Another.
he did nothing. Yeah, you
Well, I mean, he put 3 flesh wounds on, but I believe 2 of them were 6s.
Oh, that guy that absorbed like 1 million shots.
Yeah. He got 5 flesh wounds.
I mean,
for him
that
like
guy staying alive was key because otherwise you'd have had that objective.
Well, and I mean, another thing I really was thinking about doing was moving this striking scorpion out just to be on the objective.
Yes.
And that also
I'm
was in the
surprised
game
you
moving.
didn't actually.
It's a bad
But
decision. Well, I thought he's going to get better shots, and then I'll fire and
the
fade him if I
demo.
want
Yeah.
to.
And then the flamer up there. I think. Did you? Oh no, you killed the Lich Guard there. Didn't you?
Yeah.
I was
Kill
gonna say
the guard.
it probably
But
would have
within
been
4
better.
inches, which was
It probably would have been better to have just shifted him a little bit, but I think you had initiative.
initiative.
You couldn't have.
Yeah.
So you didn't know that my 2 warriors right next to each other were going to be out of bait.
Well, I mean, I anticipated that you were going to move things out away from it, but what can you do? You got
No, sure. But if you covered that objective with the flamer, you
the center objective.
yeah, with the flamer.
Yeah.
So then
Yeah. Well, again, that's where that flamer can't end up your shooting at all. So, and he was frustrated. So he needs to hide.
We're on 22 minutes, so this is not a table now. So this is table. Baronet, actually, so you guys
Looks like I'm here.
Why am I on table?
Couldn't make this up.
So this is like a stream table, so this is table. Yeah, we just
This is just whichever one you want.
BCP.
what? I'm table 22, but I won. Yeah. Why was you go to table 5? What's up with that?
That's a little strange.
What's there?
Oh, it could be because there might have been a whole lot of. It's because you tied or something like scoring and stuff.
No, but so I think the way Elliot said he was just going to put me at +1 point, so I think I finished with 11. So I still technically.
All bloodletters.
Everyone might be so close.
No, yeah, it's true. Yeah.
Just +1 on my charges. And
Hello stream, Glass Half Dead here. Just so you know, next match, Glass Half Dead versus Birinid. So this stream table is a bit crazy. I'm terrified. I really wish I was getting some easier games. This is horrifying. If you're chatting, I can't see the chat. Something's messed up. But stay gangster. Awesome. Bye.
All right, I apologize for the. We'll just say that that terrain is painted silver because these particular buildings, you can actually see the models when they're up, tight up against the edges. Those other buildings had sort of a decent-sized overhang, which affected the camera's ability to see the models that were next to them. I'm just going to see if I can't move that real quick. All right, just adjusting the table real quick there. So, we have another ridiculous pairing for round 2 of this tournament. So, for round 2 of the Las Vegas Open Kill Team Tournament, on camera, we have a Glass Half Dead versus Birinid 40K. I swear I'm not making these up. I actually have to see. Okay, so he is playing Tyranids. Necrons versus Tyranids. Battle round 1, round 2 of the tournament. See if I can't check. Okay, so let's see what this does. We are now into round 2 of the Las Vegas Open Kill Team Tournament. We have Chris Harris, also known as Beernid40K on YouTube, versus Glass Half Dead, also known as Glass Half Dead, or Andrew Lynch, also known as Glass Half Dead on YouTube. So I will be using their nicknames, their YouTube nicknames for this match. On table 2, we actually have a really good match. One of the players who won one of the Kill Team pods yesterday, who also plays Azurani, is actually matched up on. Let's see if I can't bring that up. So it's a little further away from the camera view, but on this table, table 2, it's actually Dakota on Azurani versus Kill Team Stream, who is the runner of this stream, and he's playing Khorne Demons. He's playing a team of 100% Khorne Bloodletters versus Azurani on table 2, technically table 1. And the other table that BCP matched up for us is Glass Half Dead versus Beernid40K.
Oh, before it starts, Sheldon, logged out again. It should be in my back pocket, in the small pocket.
So, yes, on the majority of this stream, you will see Glass Half Dead versus on his Necrons versus Beernid40K and his Tyranids. As far as I know, his Tyranid list is a very even mix of small.
It'll be faster. I'll log you in, but that's if it goes in.
Sweet.
Maybe put it in your pocket just so that, because that's like my password for a lot of things.
Okay. Just logging back into the Twitch chat here, or the multi-stream chat.
Alex, you've got like Marvel.
Oh, is that your only one? It's over there in that pile. Sorry to make you.
That's my master copy.
It's right there. Could you hand me that rules packet, actually? If you don't mind? I'm trapped. I'm trapped back here. Yes, Sheldon Steer, owner of the channel, is playing Khorne Bloodletters, and I'll just switch to that second table. We now have 2 tables on the stream, and he is on the right side of the screen. He's not playing Tyranids and Necrons. That's for the other match. But on the left side of your screen, you have Dakota on Azurani. He actually won, destroyed his opponents in one of the pods on Friday, the AM pod. So he is no slouch either, and he is playing against a team of, I don't know, maybe 17, 18 bloodletters. This is ridiculous. And then onto the main streaming table, we have Glass Half Dead versus Beernid40K. I can tell you that interview after this game, whoever wins, is going to be pretty cool, because that's kind of both what they do. They're kind of going to be simultaneously interviewing each other. A simultaneous interviewing by 2 kill team. These are like basically the 2 biggest YouTube kill team YouTubers on the stream that Best Coast Pairings randomly paired up in the second round of the Kill Team LVO tournament. It's funny. It's actually funny because yesterday, I'm sure some of you heard about the Best Coast Pairings issue with the main 40K tournament. It affected us a bit, but it's hilarious that Best Coast Pairings has come through today with completely random, awesome pairings for the stream for you guys.
There should be like, imagine like a 3-inch by 3-inch wall here. And then they're supposed to point angle towards the center.
So they're just mustering their teams, picking their secondary objectives, and once they have completed that, I'm going to get a copy of their rosters, and I will let you know. You know, we'll see. I really am not sure which team Glass Have Dead will be choosing from his roster. And I'm also not sure which team Baronid 40K will be choosing, but I believe Baronid's Tyranid roster has the option to take several really big bugs like Raveners, Warriors, and things of that nature, and also has the option to take a whole bunch of Gaunts to sort of be a horde team, essentially. So he has the option to do both of those. And, okay. Are you wanting me? You don't want me to say those out loud? Okay, so Glass of Dead has shown me his secondary objectives, and it looks like he's taken Cut Apart, Reconnaissance, and Thin their ranks. So Baronid does not know that, but Glass has showed me his secondary objectives. So Reconnaissance is where he just has to have 2 models, outside of his deployment zone, within 1 inch of 2 different table edges, and Cut Apart is take models out of action in the fight phase. And then Thin their ranks is, I believe, kill 2 models in a turn? Or it must be kill 2 models in a turn. Then he'll get that secondary objective in the ranks. But it'll be interesting if Baronid decides to sort of deny that in a way by not bringing a horde type team. Glass has definitely chosen the secondary objectives, assuming Baronid is going to bring a horde Tyranid list. So we'll see how that plays out. I'm glad that I was able to give you guys that inside info into Glass's. I have a question. 1 second. Okay, so they're now describing their teams. I see 2 lictors being shown to Glass Have Dead by Baronid. So he's got 5 Hormagaunts, a Gene Stealer, 2 Lictors, a Tyranid Warrior with a Venom Cannon, it looks like. So 5 Hormagaunts, so he's got 2 Lictors and a Warrior, so 3 big bugs, a Gene Stealer, and 5 regular Gaunts. So that's 9 models. Not a huge amount of models to take out for Thin their ranks, so this will be interesting to see if Glass has picked the correct secondary objectives for this match. So the mission that they're actually running is the Mission 2 drop sites in the LVO mission packet. If someone's listening and they want to actually, I don't immediately have a link to it on hand. If somebody could link to the LVO mission packet in the chat, that would be awesome. Because the chat has been basically saving the stream multiple times. So just add this to the list of chat. The chat debt. Yes, it is definitely a different lineup for Baronid. Thank you, Grey King. Busting out the link to the LVO pack if anyone wants to see the mission. So they are running Mission 2 called Drop Sites in the LVO mission packet. And it looks like they're already on to deployment. It looks like they've got and they've also rolled Map B, so it's the map where their deployment zones are really close together, which is really interesting. And I do see a Necron not Wraith Lord. What are they called again? Scythe. So many Scythes and Wraiths. They are deploying, and so their deployment zones are essentially little triangles on the same side of the board that is going to be on the bottom half of the map. So on the left side, you have the Necron deployment, which is essentially essentially if you cut the left corner off, the bottom left corner off of the board, that's his. Well, you can see how he's lined up the Necrons along the edge of that deployment zone, and then on the bottom right-hand side of the board is the Tyranid deployment zone. So they're starting the game really close together, and the bonus objective for this mission encourages them to make a dash across the field, which obviously the Tyranids are going to probably win that race most of the time. So it'll be really interesting to see what secondary objectives Biranid has taken in response to. Okay, so it looks like Glass is running a literally. Okay, this is ridiculous. This is crazy. So I see a Immortal, 3 flayed ones on the bottom left-hand corner of the screen there. Those sort of white models with the scythes. He's using Age of Sigmar converted models as his flayed ones. They look pretty sweet, actually. I'm just going to transition so you can see some up close. So those are flayed ones, sort of onto the right side of the screen there. And then he looks like he's got 2 Necron Immortals, a whole bunch of flayed ones, and a... Do you have your rosters, if you don't mind? Got it. Biranid, roster? Thank you. All right, so we know what the Nids are running. We've got a couple of Lictors, a bunch of Gaunts, a Necron Warrior with a Venom Cannon, and then we've got the Lich Guard with the War Scythe lined up just inches away from the team and all those Lictors of the Tyranids. So this is gonna be a bloody close combat affair. So this is definitely a completely different list with probably a different sub-faction. Yes, this is Novak sub-faction for the Necrons, and the sub-faction for the Tyranids is... What's your sub-faction? Behemoth sub-faction. Rerolling charges for Behemoth sub-faction for the Tyranids. So both of these teams are wanting to get up close and personal. It'd be interesting to see sort of how the ranged Venom Cannon and Necron Immortal. So it looks like we are into the movement phase, and it looks like the Necrons are moving first. So I'm going to assume that Glass Half Dead has won the initiative in Battle Round 1, and he is advancing those Immortals across the board on the left-hand side. Now on the left-hand side of the screen, you can see those 2 Immortals have moved up the left side of the board. So while Glass is moving his models, let's take a quick look at the Demons versus the Asuryani on table 2. So it looks like we've got a big horde of bloodletters on the bottom of the map lined up. Oh, it looks like they got the same deployment set up as Glass and Biranid. So you can see that the Asuryani in the left corner and the horde of bloodletter demons in the bottom right-hand corner. And back to Glass and Biranid. So we've got Glass's movement phase. We'll see what he's going to do. Okay, we've got a charge declared. War Scythe. Lich Guard War Scythe. Declaring a charge, definitely on a Lictor. So no reaction from the... He rolls a 6. Okay, so this was just a flayed one. So he was outside 6 inches, so he could not shoot Overwatch with the, those darts, that the flesh hooks that the Tyranids have. So that was a flayed one charging on the bottom side of the map. So I'm just going to see if I can get a better view of that. All right, so flayed one in against the Lictor. We have another charge. He rolled a 7, trying to see if he can make it believe he's just declared them all as targets so that he can pretty much target any of the Tyranids that he wants to. Okay, so that was the Lichguard War Scythe who just charged, and he also charged the Lictor. Just put himself within 1 inch, but still on that objective. That objective that's sitting between their deployment zones there. That objective is going to be hotly contested, I have a feeling. We have another charge being initiated, and he rolled a 9 with another flayed one. Necron flayed one. Rolling a 9. In case anyone just showed up, Glass Half Dead defeated Michael T. Holy in the last round, which was, most people I think would say was definitely an upset. And so this tournament is going to be very, very interesting to see how it shapes up after the 4 rounds going into the top 8. There's probably going to be a few people who get into the top 8 based on the amount of victory points that they scored in their games. And it looks like we have kind of a similar situation. If I switch to that other table, the demons versus the Azurani, you can see that the demons are initiating a bunch of charges into the deployment zone of the Azurani. That is crazy. And back to the Tyranids versus Necrons. We have flayed ones just charging into the middle of all those Tyranids to hold him into his deployment zone. Another charge. Oh no, this is an advance. Flayed one has advanced. I'm assuming that's because Glass Half Dead feels that he's succeeded on enough of the charges into Biernid's deployment zone that he can just move the other guys out. Oh, I have a rules question. Stand by. Just had a question. Oh, hey, chat. I got a question for you. Can Cadians reroll ones when they shoot Overwatch? The Cadian Imperial Guard sub-faction, can they reroll ones when they fire Overwatch? The chat says yes, they can.
Oh, they can fire reroll ones in Overwatch?
Yeah. Oh, never mind. It says they might have been saying yes to something else.
Okay, got it.
So, just a shooting face. Never mind. Never mind. False alarm. You guys, the chat must have been saying yes to something else. So they can only shoot in the shooting phase. They can only shoot Overwatch. Because the Overwatch is in the movement phase. Roll not fair. Was the one in the shooting phase. It's better from all because he was issued the take aim order. It's not it's better reroll all fail heroes for that model until the end of the stage. Oh, wait. So if he was issued the take aim order and has not moved.
That's not their doctrine, not the orders.
No, I know. But this says this is the doctrine. It says if they were issued the take aim order and had not moved, they can reroll if they haven't moved.
Yeah, it hasn't been able to.
Oh no, it's shooting phase. It's shooting phase. Sorry about that. Okay, thanks, chat. Crisis averted. So, I believe we're on to the Tyranid's movement phase in Battle Round 1. Glass Half Dead versus Biernid 40k. He has a few Tyranid models locked up in close combat. Okay, the Warrior is going to move around that center objective. So he's moving that warrior around towards that center building, I should say, or the bottom center building. He may have charged. Yeah, I believe the warrior just charged. Their colors of their models are so similar, it's hard to tell. Oh no, he just moved the warrior. He did not charge. Normal move. Normal move on the warrior. No charges. So we've got Necron Immortals. Necron Immortal in the middle.
So can you pretend that you didn't know what his team was? Can you pretend you didn't know what team you were choosing when you wrote the second?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Like, you now know what team you chose.
It has nothing to do with the team, though. I don't know. I just probably gave away completely what I'm doing, but.
Oh, I thought you were recording your second pick. Oh, I'm confused. Sorry.
Sorry. Okay. All right. I'm sorry about that.
Okay, so we have a whole bunch of close combat going on in the right-hand side, bottom right-hand side of the screen, which I can zoom in on right here. Now it's on the left-hand side of the screen, unfortunately. That has been flipped. Anyways, as you can see, so we're in the Tyranid movement phase. He's doing a normal move with a Gene Stealer, just kind of moving up behind his other models there, kind of staying within his deployment zone. I'm wondering if that has something to do with the secondary objectives that he's chosen. He definitely zipped across the map to place a... so he brought a flayed one in from reserve at the end of the movement phase. Glass has just placed 2 flayed ones, actually, onto that objective on the top side of the screen. So he just brought 2 flayed ones in from reserve, and they are now on that objective, middle top of the screen. Interesting. And it looks like another flayed one is coming in from reserves into, or very close to Biranid's deployment zone on the bottom right-hand side of the screen, near that shipping container, behind that shipping container, I should say. But on the objective, I should point out, I believe that flayed one is touching that objective marker that is underneath that shipping container on the right. Oh wait, sorry, there's no objective marker there. Never mind. There's the flayed one is just near Biranid's deployment zone on the right-hand side of the screen, behind that shipping container. So we may be moving on to the shooting phase. Definitely no psychic powers being casted in this game. So it looks like the Immortals are unleashing Hot Fury. And I see 4 hits, 3 wounds, 3 6-ups onto... Whoa, he makes 2 of them. Oh, but it's just 1 wound. So that is an out-of-action gaunt on that center objective. He took a lot of wounds there. But he did only have the 1. He saved 2 of them, though. He made 2 6-up armor saves, but unfortunately there were 3 wounds. And he rolled a 4 for the injury roll, and he is out of action. So we have another flex hook shot. wounding on 5s, and he gets flesh hooks, get a wound on the warrior, and he rolls a 1 for his armor save. With the flesh hooks. Flesh hooks are dirty. So the Lich Guard takes a wound from the flesh hooks. That is kind of funny. So now we have another shooting immortal. Back to the shooting phase for the Tyranids. Termagant onto the flayed one in the middle. Termagant shooting at the flayed one on the center objective. 2 hits, 1 wound. No AP, and that is a 3, so he failed his save. I believe flayed one's only a 4-up armor save. Yes, shooting phase. So they're just pondering something real quick. I'm going to switch over to table 2, check out some demons versus Azarani. Okay, they are also pause for a moment. Okay, so we're still in the shooting phase. Looks like we have a failed wound from. So they just decided if they miss the box with the dice, they're going to keep it. Keep the roll. All right, we have a warrior and a more flesh hooks into the Necron Lich Guard. Toughness 5, does not wound. So I believe the shooting phase is done for the Necrons, so we just have some shooting from the more flesh hooks. 1 hit, still onto the Lich Guard. Does not wound. Three shots from hitting on 5s, wounding on 4s. 1 wound. Injury roll. Out of act. Flayed one in the middle is out of action, so they both have removed a model this turn. Flayed one in the middle has been taken out of action. I believe that was by some Necron or Tyranid weapon, maybe the Venom Cannon. So we could be moving on to the fight phase. Yeah. On to the fight phase. That seems like a big project for a minor benefit. Just because it's 2 tables and there's like all this like, I don't think it's a good idea. Because it's going to be difficult. Your turn. Howard. We are into the fight phase. Looks like a charger. Okay, so some flayed ones are doing some shooting, or attacking, because they initiated most of the charges. Looks like a couple of wounds, 2 5-up saves, injury roll, flesh wound onto the Lictor. The Lictor has taken a flesh wound. I'm gonna see if I can't find that camera so you can see what's going on here. So the lictor right there just took a flesh wound. Another flesh wound, so not a lot of out of action rolls, unfortunately, for the Necrons in the fight phase. So we've got the Lictor. He's putting all 3 of his attacks into the Lich Guard. Rending Claws, 3 attacks, hitting on 4s. All 3 hit, wounding on 3s. 1 wound. He's going to CP one of those wound rolls. 2 wounds on the Lich Guard, who already has 1 wound. So with 4 ups, misses 1 save. Injury roll, and he is out of action. And he piled in to the next played one onto that objective. We got more attacks coming from the Tyranids. When you step into close combat with Tyranids, you better be ready to throw down some claws. That didn't really make any sense. So, we have some attacks, and he failed to wound. Some other Gaunts attacking. Two attacks hitting on 4s, rerolling 1s. 2 hits, 2 wounds, wounding on 5s, 1 wound on another Wraithguard, and he's played 1 and he saved it. 2 more attacks, 2 hits. One wound, no save. And he is out of action. Another dead flayed one. So 2 flayed ones and a Lich Guard out of action. And 1 Termagant is out of action for the Tyranids. So he definitely got kill more. The Tyranids definitely got kill more. They ran in there and got skewered by the bugs. So they are calculating their scores now. Battle round 1. Glass half dead on Necrons versus Byronid 40K's Tyranids, and it looks like it's going to be a rough outing. We'll see. Okay, it's a lot closer than I thought. The score, sorry, 1 second. The score is, may surprise you guys after seeing all those out of action rolls on the Necrons after battle round 1. The score is tied 4-4. Going into battle round 2. Moving face battle round 2. It looks like the Tyranids have won the initiative.
What is it? Sorry? That's just you. Me. He's in a plaid shirt.
Just let him know. Can you guys let you guys know that we have a bar on the other end by the friendly? Okay. It's a Thurston. It's way downstairs.
Bar for drinks?
Yeah.
Ah, got it. Thanks. I was just filled in about a very closer bar to purchase drinks, which I will now tell Elliot. Elliot! You can announce this if you want. He just came over and told me there's a bar to buy drinks on this level, just down the road.
Yeah, I They bought 2 beers there.
Okay.
You think I wasn't there?
Yeah.
4 to 4. At the end of the round.
What?
Maybe we can do it at the end.
Yeah.
Or you can holler it out. You can yell better than me.
And he can yell better than I can.
What? No. Sheldon.
They'll probably see it on the way to lunch, though. You can see it.
All right, so we have some advances coming from the Tyranids. Let's see that overhead shot. I see an advancing, that was the Gene Stealer that just advanced onto that objective on the bottom center side of the map. Still the movement phase. It looks like the Tyranids have won the initiative in battle round 2.
What are the chat saying about my dance?
Flesh wounds. Okay, so still the movement phase for the Tyranids. Okay, we have a charge being declared on the flayed one, who is on the middle right-hand edge of the screen. And he's initiated a charge from another lictor. It didn't quite make the charge, though. So he just sort of moved the lictor up next to that barricade. Termagant's doing a normal move onto the center objective to either hold or contest that. The Necrons have not moved yet. The Tyranids have won the initiative. It'll be really interesting to see how this plays out with that Lich Guard. With that Lich Guard gone and Blast Half Dead having cut apart as one of his secondary objectives. It'll be interesting to see if he can how he's going to accomplish that one. Down to the flayed ones. The flayed ones are going to have to get some reanimation protocols to survive against those big bugs. Okay, we've got another advance from a the Tyranid Warrior with the Venom Cannon just moved to the bottom right-hand corner, sort of back inside Tyranid's deployment zone behind that shipping container in the bottom right-hand corner. I believe that's his leader. He's probably just protecting him from any shooting from the Necron Immortals, I'm guessing. And we have another advancing Gaunt across the center of the map up towards that objective at the top side, but he didn't quite make it there. There are 2 flayed ones near that objective. I have a feeling that those Gaunts are going to get potentially charged by those flayed ones up there due to the secondary objectives that...
Can you tell those guys to not hit that?
All right. Okay, so we're on to the movement phase for the Necrons. Let's see what he's doing here. Or maybe the Necrons already moved. No, we are under the shooting phase. Okay, so maybe the Necrons won the initiative. Sometimes it's hard to tell. So we are in the shooting phase. We got an Immortal targeting the Gaunt on the center objective. No save, injury roll, and he is out of action. Another Gaunt bites the dust. This game is another close one. So we have more shooting, 1 hit. 1 wound on the gaunt in the center. 6 up save. Does not make the save, and that is a flesh wound. Flesh wound. Oh, he's re-rolling it. And that is out of action. Re-roll the injury roll with the tactic. Re-roll tactic, and so that's 2 gaunts gone from the center objective. This game is really going to be another close one, I feel, with him whittling away at the gaunts and the bugs taking out the prime Necron targets, the big bugs. Okay, we got flesh hooks shooting 2 shots. Looks like 2 wounds. 1 wound, no AP. That is not a save. Injury roll, and that is a flesh wound. Onto the flayed one on the bottom side of the map that I will show you right now. So that flayed one on the bottom left side took a flesh wound. We have a heavy specialist hitting on 4s, and he only got 1 hit. I'm not sure exactly who he's shooting at. Oh, shooting at the flayed one. He's shooting at the flayed one on the right-hand side of the screen. And he makes his armor save. Another little Hormigaunt 3 shots hitting on 5s. Does not hit on that flayed one on the right-hand side of the map. Okay, we are on to the fight phase. And it looks like we've got Blade One versus Gene Stealer and Lictor. The Lictor has gotten 1 hit. He's going to pay his CP for rerolling wounds. Rerolling wounds and makes the wound. AP -3, no save. Injury roll on the Necron, and that is a flesh wound. Flesh wound on the flayed one. Flesh wound on the flayed one. So that flayed one now has 2 flesh wounds, holding it down on that objective. I seem to remember that happening in the last game, but it was a different Necron that was absorbing way too many attacks than any model should be able to take. So we got a bunch of attacks coming in from the flayed one. Forwards the wound, makes the wound. No AP, 5 up save, makes the save on the Lictor. Lictor's hitting back. That was the Gene Stealer before. Lictor is hitting back. Does not hit. He's gonna reroll one of those attacks with his tactical reroll. Makes the wound. Or makes a hit, I should say. Wounding on 3s. Does not wound. Lictor cannot remove that flayed one. So we actually are on to the morale phase of Battle Round 2. This game's going definitely quicker than the last one. So we'll see what the score. Look, I think the Necrons might be pulling ahead in this one because his secondary objectives were. No, I think he really. No, he killed the. Oh, maybe not. This could be a big swing for the Necrons. He got 2. Yeah. Plus. So it'll be interesting to see what their secondaries are. Can you tell me what Bjorn's secondaries are? No, I know his Bjorn's. So it looks like another reconnaissance for the Necrons. So he's got domination, scout the field, and cut apart for the. Oh, domination. 6-9 for the Necrons at the end of Battle Round 2. Necrons going into battle round 3. Let's see who won the initiative. So it looks like the Tyranids. No, the Necrons won the initiative, and he's firing Overwatch. He's being charged. CP reroll on the injury roll on that flayed one. Still just an flesh wound on the flayed one on the right hand side of the screen. We'll see if he charged. So they're just using a token to determine where. Oh, okay, so the flayed one made a successful charge against that gaunt on the objective on the top right-hand corner of the screen. Yeah, I know. Those flayed ones look like a little bit look like Tyranids, but he's using Age of Sigmar ghosty models converted to be flayed ones. They do have skull heads and all that kind of stuff. Oh, it looks like we have a question coming our way. And we have an advance. That looks like a big advance. Advance roll for the Necrons. And the flayed one went up into the left-hand corner. You can't really see it behind that Kill Team Championship sign, but there is a flayed one in the tippy top left-hand corner, potentially getting, holding that table edge up there. Now we have Necron Immortal looking to move up the center of the board. Glass Half Dead. And that is it for the movement phase for the Necrons. Now we're on to the movement phase for the Tyranids. We have a Lictor trying to see if he can, what his distances are. He's going to declare a charge on an Immortal and a flayed one. The Immortal in the center of the board and the flayed one just to the sort of right and up from the center of the board. Let's see what this Lictor gets on his charge. And he gets Snake Eyes, rerolls. Subfaction comes into play. Those reroll charges, takes the Lictor charges. That Tyranid subfaction that allows him to reroll charges definitely came into play there. And so the Lictor has moved into combat with the Immortal in the center of the board. Now we have another Lictor moving around towards the center objective as well. As far as I can tell, in the other game, the Demons versus Azurani, Kill Team Stream versus Eldar, it looks like there's quite a few Demons out of action. So just to let you know how that game's going. And it looks like the Necron Warrior with Venom Cannon is moving up right next to the flayed one. The flayed one with 2 flesh wounds. You can see that Tyranid Warrior moved up right next to him on the bottom side of the map, which is actually the it's a little hard to see, but the Necron or the Tyranid Warrior is at the sort of bottom right-hand side. Next to the old flayed one, holding down that objective all by himself now with 2 flesh wounds. He's really banking on that. He's going to remove that flayed one with the 2 flesh wounds on that objective. If that doesn't happen, that could not be good for the Tyranids, but that Lictor could do some good things in the middle if he's able to remove that. Immortal in the center of the board, because Biranid does have domination as one of his secondaries, and he really needs to hold that center objective. I believe we're going on to the shooting phase. So we've got Immortal shooting at a Lictor who has chameleon skin and has an additional -1 to hit. Immortal shooting at that Lictor who's behind the other Lictor near the center objective.
That's how it is. Obviously, the rule mechanics are always not really the same.
Okay, we got shooting phase. Flesh hooks, 1 hit, wounding and pores, does not wound. Barbed strangler. Oh, so he's the barbed strangler. Okay, he's trying to hit that that guy with the 2 flesh wounds, the flayed one with the 2 flesh wounds. Does not wound. That flayed one with the 2 flesh wounds. He's using a command, a reroll. Does get a wound, and that's an armor save. That flayed one will not die. The flayed one will not die. The flayed one with 2 flesh wounds just took shots from barbed strangler, flesh hooks, and another Tyranid weapon, and he did not die. Or I think he was just re-rolling the wounds from the barbed strangler, but yeah. Flayed one with two flesh wounds survives. Now we've got some shooting from the Necrons. Looks like we have some Immortal. Is this shooting or fight phase? We are onto the fight phase. We are on the fight phase. Flayed one versus Gaunt. Don't believe anything happened there. Okay, we've got the Lictor. We've got the Lictor in the center of the board on the Immortal. This is pretty big because he needs that center objective. Wounding on 3s. 2 wounds on the Immortal. One of them is -4 AP. Injury roll. Out of action. Is he going to use... Oh, wait. He's going to try to use Prime Reanimation Protocols. He was thinking he could use Prime Reanimation Protocols after the injury roll, but he is out of action. So the Lictor did take that center objective. This could really swing the game a bit because that was cut apart for the Tyranids, as well as he's going to get domination for holding that middle objective. So we are in the fight phase. He does not make his armor save. Injury roll. And that's another Gaunt out of action from the flayed one. This game is really going back and forth like crazy. Flayed ones, rerolling wounds. Looks like that's it for Battle Round 3. They are going to go to scoring. See, got some auto-passing Necrons. Leadership 10, so... oh, he did not break. He did have to take a break test. The Necrons did have to take a break test, but they did not break. And they auto-passed their... they are auto-passing their morale tests because he only has... We have a flesh-wounded Gaunt, I believe, making a morale check. Okay, so we do have a break test for Tyranids, and they... So we have a shaken Gaunt on the bottom side of the map. So that Gaunt to the... oh, you can't really see it, unfortunately, on that angle. Oh, yeah, no. The Gaunt at the very bottom of the screen is shaken. So the Gaunt near that black container, bottom left-hand corner of the screen, has been shaken. now we're going to move on to scoring at the end of battle round 3. Oh, he auto passes. He's within 12. Oh, Gene Steelers do not have that.
So is he shaking? He is shaking. Okay. What? He's over 12. Okay. I thought it was 24. Can we double check the distance? Oh, if you're 100% sure it's not.
We're just checking. Oh, hey, chat. What is the range on Synapse for Tyranid Warriors?
Yeah, Warrior.
12 inches.
Everyone's saying it's 12 inches in the chat. You got it.
Glass knows some rules. Yeah, it's 12 inches. Shaking Gene Stealer. Yeah, scoring. Okay, tallying up the scores.
Oh, it's 20. It's 24 for instinct. Yeah. So I got that part here.
Thank you, chat. So he did get that middle objective with the Lictor. Baronid 40K versus Glass Have Dead LVO 2020. Pretty close game, and this could actually swing the other way. We'll see how many points the Baronid gets from holding that middle objective. I'm pretty sure he would have gotten cut apart, kill one. Like, this score could dramatically, both scores will increase quite a bit, I think. So they're just talking about their secondary objectives. They both actually have cut apart as a secondary objective. Sorry, is he? Oh, you're. Well, never mind. Sorry. You're good. So they're just still calculating the scores. No, they're you might want to talk here. I think they're saying, I think there's something around that. Oh, it's holding one everywhere. Fortunately, Baronid has the steadfast secondary objective, but he has not held an objective for every round of the game, so he cannot, unfortunately, score that objective. I think if I was him, I may have thrown more Tyranids at that center objective, potentially. So they're still calculating the score.
What's the score?
Eleven. 16 to 11 for the Necrons, going into the final battle round. Yeah. looks like the last F Dead is pulling away in this one. Let's see if I can. Nope. I cannot. I would love to center the numbers there, but it will not let me. Ah, okay, there we go. Let's do some transitioning over there.
Clarification super quick.
All right, 16-11 for the Necrons over the Tyranids, going into battle round 4. Onto the moon phase. Okay, looks like we have a charge. Makes a 9-inch charge on the. Oh, hold on, I have a question. 1 second.
Can you consolidate after Amanda Blaster?
And the blasters happen at the beginning of the fight phase. We call it 6. You take them one.
It's just an ability, it's not like an attack.
Oh my god.
Sorry, I have a couple of questions coming in back to back here from players. Just 1 second.
Elliot shows me Elliot, and then it scores me on and stuff.
All right, Glass Up Dead versus Bearded. Final battle round. Score is 16-11 for the Necrons. Glass Up Dead has already defeated Michael T. Holy in the first round of LVO. All right. So we've got a failed save. Fight phase, battle round 4. So it looks like we got Blade 1 that just got taken out of action there. So the game, just so you guys know, the game between the demons, here I'll just switch to that, between the demons and the Azerani is actually 10-11, so that is a really close one. I'm not sure exactly who's winning 10, 11, 10. I'm assuming the Azerani are winning by 1, but that is also a really close game. So we are into the fight phase of the final round of this game between Glass Up Dead and Beernid. We've got a Lictor on the Immortal in the top left-hand quarter. Immortal does get to fight back, gets a hit on the Lictor, top left-hand corner of the screen on that objective. Does not wound. We're going to have a couple of crucial break tests coming up, like if... Okay, so we still have some more attacks coming through in the fight phase. 2 hits, or 2 saves, 2 5-ups, fails them both. This is on the center of the board, and that Lictor in the center is out of action. I believe that's going to seal it because Bearded can't hold that center objective anymore, and he definitely has that secondary objective, so it's definitely going to be Necrons over the Tyranids in this matchup. Glass Half Dead taking a second victory in this LVO tournament. His scores haven't been super high, but, you know, all you got to do is win to get into that top 8. Yeah, I guess the break test could come into play here, depending on. But I think the secondary objectives, the killing secondary objectives of Glass's Necrons, will keep him ahead as a result, even if he didn't hold any objectives. I think. So they are moving on to calculating their scores. So they are moving on to calculating the final score of this game. This close, well, maybe not that close game between Necrons and Tyranids. So we're about to find out what scores they got. It looks like Glass has maxed reconnaissance. He got two points. 2 points from thin their ranks, and one cut apart.
Come on.
So he's gotten 1 cut apart, 3 reconnaissance, 2 thin their ranks, 1 bonus objective for holding those drop side objectives. A whole bunch of primary points. So really the primary is what's keeping Glass way ahead. Yeah, I'll switch to that other game actually. Let's check it out. Sorry about the faraway camera angle. We have back to the Demons versus Eldar. Obviously the names at the bottom of the screen are not indicating what factions are. This is Azurani versus Kill Team Stream Sheldon's entire team of Bloodletters. I'm not sure exactly what the score is. I'll find out for you guys. It looks like they're in a heated discussion right now, so I'm going to let them figure that out, and then I'll let you guys know what the score is between the Demons and the Azurani. All right, so just so you guys know, the final score for the Necrons versus Tyranids is 20-14 for Glass Half Dead's Necrons. Sorry, just got a question. 1 second. Oh, hey, got a question for the chat from one of the other games. Can a Astra Militarum leader issue an order to himself? I'm thinking the answer is no after an FAQ, but we're looking it up right now. But if the chat would like to weigh in and let us know if a Astra Militarum leader can give an order to himself, let us know. Final score. Glass Half Dead defeats Beernid 40K's Tyranids 20-14 in this round 2 of the Kill Team LVO Championship. And now I'm going to transition back to Demons versus Azurani. I'm just going to double check what the score is.
The chat's spamming that they can't go in order to themselves.
That's something.
They're looking it up.
I'll see.
Yeah, no, it's other. Did that get FAQ'd? He was looking in the rulebook. Or is it just in the basic core manual that it actually says other? Other members of the kill team. Thank you, guys. They seem to have figured it out. Looks like we have 10 minutes left in this round. I'm going to double check what the score is at this Demons game for you guys. Thanks, chat. Dominating as usual. So the current score, they're not finished the final round yet, but the current score of Demons versus Azurani is 17 for the Demons, 15 for the Azurani. But this is definitely going to come down to the last turn, for sure. Because it looks like a Howling Banshee still in close combat with a bunch of Demons. And a Flesh Wound was just put onto a Demon on the center objective. I would zoom in on this camera if I could, but this is a different webcam. It's not quite as mobile as the other one. So what you're watching on your screen right now is completely like a team of 100% Khorne Bloodletter Demons versus Azurani or Eldar, and you have a Howling Banshee. We have the most important roll of the game, and it looks like the Azurani win if he does not make this roll. What was that?
5-up in-ball save?
For the guy who's going to swim in reconnaissance.
So in the top right-hand corner, the very top right-hand corner of the map, he just made a 5-up in-ball save that saved that Khorne Bloodletter so that he could actually score reconnaissance, the reconnaissance secondary objective.
Getting messy.
Yeah.
Lots dead, both sides.
But it looks like the Demons might pull it out. Whew. Crazy games. Oh yeah. Hey, we got an interview coming up. I'm a little far away to actually tell what's going on at the end of that Khorne versus Azurani game. I think the Bloodletters are probably going to pull it out, but Glass Half Dead is going to interview his opponent, Beernid 40K.
You can hold it and then we'll shuffle over there. We
Yeah, we did. Each other's breath.
No, yeah. We love it.
Oh.
We have this mic works too.
Oh, it's fine.
Okay.
I'm not going to say much. And
I'm not
going
gonna say
about
much.
this one.
Are they gonna hear us?
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
Okay, hello, Beernid. We just played Tyranids on Necrons. I went Flayed Ones instead of my Warriors, which I did in the first game. What did you do?
I brought not big bugs. I was thinking about big bugs, and then I brought a more smaller kind of a list. But yeah, it didn't work out that good.
You did have some big bugs.
I did. I had the 2 Lictors and the Warrior.
In fact, in your previous roster, you didn't have a Warrior, right?
I did have Warriors. I just never used them yesterday.
Oh, okay. Okay, cool. In that, how do you feel the game went?
Where am I right now? What is Kill Team?
Yes,
That's how I felt. I mean, I was making mistakes all the time, playing sloppy, and I've wanted to play you for a long time, so I kind of feel bad about that you're getting me after, 6 games yesterday, and then 2 games today or whatever, so my bad.
Honestly, it's only been 2 games today, but yesterday was 6 games.
Yeah, I'm dead.
Nuts.
Like I was just telling somebody, it feels like I helped my mom move or something. Like I'm sore, I don't know how Kill Team can hurt this bad.
But it does.
Yes. Yeah.
Physically and emotionally.
Look at you.
Yeah.
And he's taller. He's getting taller. What's happening?
No, I'm short. It's fine. I'm used to it. Okay, so was there anything in there that you think actually was like a misplay? Like a genuine, not dice, just, I screwed up?
Pretty much the whole game. I didn't play very well. Yeah. Yeah, I wasn't able to go for the back much more. I think Tyranids start strong, but then they get a little bit weak, and that's the thing is I was set for Death Watch until like a few days ago, and then I finished up painted nids and stuff. I was painting in the bathroom the night before last to get done in the hotel. So, yeah, it's just I need to remember some of my sequencing stuff. I need to remember some of the tactics, when to use them. Like I should have held back for rapid regeneration on one of the kills that you were going to get or something like that. Because like you're a killy team, you're re-rolling hits, you're re-rolling wounds. I know it's happening. Like you're going to get to the injury roll, so I need to survive that. So just like stuff like that. And then also, I think the list needs a bit more tweaking. But I think I'm onto something here, which I'm kind of excited about because it's not spam, it's not completely big bugs. It's a nice take-all-comers list. I think it's like you want like a killy core, you want some shooty termagants in the back, and I really am starting to think that a adrenal gland hormagant is really important because they're going to allow you to get a pre-charge off that allows the other guys. And also, this is my first time really running the Behemoth sub-faction. I've been cracking this whole time.
So I was going to ask.
Yeah.
Why? Because Kraken's so good.
I was finding that Kraken was really good in positional, but in the kill, with this board setup being kind of sparse, if I don't make that charge and there's anybody shooting, I can lose, with a 5-up save, I can lose a 3-wound model like nothing.
Yeah, sure.
So it's like they need to get in. So I think that like I'm getting closer to the solution here to the good mid list. I just didn't have it in time for the Super Bowl of Kill Team events.
Sure.
Other people here are so practiced right now that it's like I think they deserve
Some people here know what they're doing.
Yeah.
I can see that, and it scares me. I'm going to be honest. Was there anything else really?
Necrons are stupid good. The Flayed ones re-rolling hits and wounds.
It's crazy. So you're right. You have your issue as big bugs is low armor saves.
Yes.
Got lots of wounds, but I'm totally okay with that because I will get to 3 hits.
Yes.
And you have to make those armor saves. And it's like,
So here's the thing. The Necrons and the Custodes were my most feared matchup because you guys are going to totally deny kills a lot of times, which I tried something out. I took Cut Apart, but a lot of times I was expecting more Lich Guards from you.
Oh, okay.
And that's what I was afraid of. So I was happy to not see a bunch of those set down. But you guys are able to get the kills, and you have that staying power. So you just stay on the objectives forever.
Yes. Well, to be fair, like one of my flayed ones stayed like right until the last second, like right till the last with 2 flesh wounds. So I think you just weren't, you weren't rolling 6s you rolled 1-6 for the injury.
Something like that. Yeah.
Throughout the whole game.
Yep.
Everything else was just you weren't getting the 4s and 5s.
Yeah. And it's like,
you killed 5 models. You got half my team plus flesh wounds.
Yeah.
So you were killing, but
it's
not
just
really
that,
enough.
I think that Tyranids, the way that they tend to be able to do positional involves bodies, which in this format is points for you. So that's hard. So it's kind of what do I do? Do I put everything into killy suddenly? Sure. That's kind of like something I tried yesterday. I just went massive, get in combat, be really kind of buff once I get there, 5 attacks, rerolling ones, but I didn't do that well. I did good in the morning, and then it's like, I hope it was tiredness because I just started sucking, man. Getting tabled on stream by the infamous Janice Gilliam was not the nicest.
You don't really count those games. You expect to lose. Like on table 1, we've got Aziani against Bloodlesses.
Okay.
All blood, it's crazy. It looks like a crazy match over there.
Anyway,
that's probably us done.
Okay.
So cheers for that.
All right. Are we waiting for Alex to come back for this?
I guess.
How you guys doing in the chat? I can kind of see what you guys are writing. Anybody there? Hey, it's Beernid. Hello, everybody.
Azayani won table 1.
Looks like Azriani just won table 1
Yeah,
versus
it looked like
the.
a really tough match, but
That was the demon spam. It was not the pink spam. It was bloodletter spam. What a list. So he had, what was it, 17 bloodletters?
22 to 18 to Azayani.
22 to 18 was the final score to the Azriani.
17 bloodletters.
So the bloodletters are getting kills and the ability to hold then.
Bloodletters were winning until the last round.
So bloodletters, Glass was saying that the bloodletters were just winning until the very last round. Woo, big fan of you guys too. Thank you. Hi there, Count Fucula. Hi there, Escapey334. Hi there, JT Dog Zone. Hi there, Rebel XJX. Woo, big fan of you too, brother. More Macarai, good game. Sad to see the Nids lose. I was sad to see that too, Mr. Macarai. Yeah, so Glass is 2-0. You know, he just beat the number 1 ranked kill team player in the world, ITC, and you just murked me back to back.
I mean,
You're
it's all
going.
guys. It's all guys.
You're 2-0 right now.
You know what,
2 more matches.
You know what though? Genuinely, like if I keep scoring quite low, because that's how I face. Because you actually lost your first game, didn't you?
Yeah.
And I won by tiebreak with only 10 points, but 11. And so I was the bottom winner. So.
Yeah, and I was a high loser because I had
they call that submarining.
Okay.
Right? So, like, you don't want to lose, but you want to be the worst winner.
Okay.
So you have that potential to face the loser, who theoretically is worse, right?
Yeah, because I had the 18-point to 18-point tie in this first round that I lost, so I was like a high loser, and you were like a lower winner. So I guess we got submarine. Okay.
So you were the best loser, as much as that's, you know.
So here's the breakdown for you guys that are listening. So Glass is currently 2-2. The way it's going to work is, 2-0. Excuse me. The way it's going to work is that at the end of the day, on math here, with the amount of players that we have, there's probably only going to be 3 players that are undefeated. Tomorrow, Sunday, is the top 8 event where there's going to be the 5 best 3-1 players from today that go in head-to-head mixed with the undefeated players to become that top 8. And that's the way it's going to work. So Glass, if he can continue on, I think he just needs the 1 more win and 2 more matches to be in top 8 tomorrow.
Right. I don't want to be in top 8 though. I genuinely would rather play the pods tomorrow.
Yeah, I did not buy pods. I thought I'd be top 8, but all these players, they know what they're doing, and I'm like, where am I? What's kill team? What are these dice?
He says I should run 8 death marks in the last game as a flex. I totally would, just so I knew I would lose.
Yeah, if he wins this next one, he's guaranteed top 8. He just runs 8 death marks.
If I win the next one, am I guaranteed top 8?
You would have to be the best.
Okay.
Or some of the best, because the top 3 or the top 5.
My 4th game, I'm okay, right?
Yeah, because it's going to be the best 5 with 1 loss, 3 wins.
So I am going to attempt to win my next match, but then if I do, I am deliberately going to lose my 4th match. There you go.
And I'm going to go find somewhere to cry silently because I have failed in this tournament. Oh, okay, good. All right. Well, all right, you guys watching, I think they're on break. I don't know where Alex went, but I'm going to step out for a minute because this has been back-to-back games. And I feel like my brain is melting. I'm going to step out for just a moment. Are you going to take over?
I'll take over.
It's just Glass now, folks. You take care. Love you guys. Thanks for hanging out with us. Wish you were here. Here's Glass back again.
Nice. Hello. Okay, so I'm actually not going to be around for long because I'm going to pop down to the convention downstairs because they have some super sexy looking dice that I want to buy and also some more dice that I want to buy, but they're very different. So I'm sure most of you know them. It's from Mr. Laser. They have the dice where, they have like the different statuses on the different sides. And I want to buy them because if you buy them from England, they're super expensive. Hey, Don Carleone, keep going GHD, don't pull out. That's what I'm terrible at. Hey, but I'm, no children, so maybe I'm lying, I don't know. I do want to lose though. How hard was I shaking? Honestly, I was a bit scared. So, you know what? I was happy with the list I ran against Michael T. Holy there. What did I really feel though? I was actually super frustrated about 0 kills. I didn't get any kills turn 1, and that's when that list should have been working. As Aziani, he obviously has a very short range generally, so he wants to be quite close to me, which is great for my sub-faction, because he's going to be within 12, which means I'm getting AP -2, and even if he's obscured, I'm hitting on 4s with 2 shots. So that's perfect for me. Now he took lots of flamers, so I definitely picked that right, in that he had flamers. He would have wrecked me in the Overwatch, you know. Oh, there's lots of just dice, 100%. For example, turn 1 of that, I lost 3 models. It was crazy. Like, and I got him on. Did I do 3 flesh wounds turn 1, or did I only do 2? But he got 3 kills, and I genuinely thought he had it at that point. And I was actually, I hope you couldn't see me, but I was super pissed off. Flamers versus Necrons, definitely, because generally Necrons, you're going to have some melee, you're going to have Lich Guard, you're going to have flayed ones, you're going to want to charge. You get a Flamer, you don't want to charge, and, you know, that Flamer's going to do some work. He also had, so it was 2 Flamers and 1 Wraith Guard with a, is it a D-Scythe, a D-Cannon? Either way, it's a D3, also hitting weapon. So it's a Flamer, basically. But it's strength 10, AP -3, I think. Only damage 1, though. So I managed to pull that out, which was lucky. Yeah, only my hands. Okay, good, because I was pretty salty at 0 kills turn 1. No, sorry, against Pyramid, that is. Great saves. Yeah, to be honest, in the second game against Pyramid, I was making some nice saves, definitely. But yeah, don't know. Anyway, I need to go and buy stuff from downstairs, so I'm going to see if I can flag down Alex, see what he wants to do. Yeah, so Grey King, I realised that, like, from a shit-talking perspective, I probably should try and win, but genuinely, I don't want to do it with Necrons, because I think there are better teams for this format, and I don't think I have what it takes to, what's the word? To beat the Aziani. Seriously, the Aziani players are nuts. They're on table 1, 2, and is that 3 as well? Oh, crap. Okay, table 3 is a Custode versus Nids. I don't know what Custode's doing up there. Where the clowns? Where the clowns? Not here. I decided that when it came to the clowns, there was just no way I was going to... So at least with Necrons, I know the team, and they're pretty easy. But... I don't know the pack, but I know the team, and that's the only way I'm not being absolutely stupid here. When it comes to clowns, I wouldn't know what I'd be doing, to be honest. I mean, I know in theory, but in theories can be very different from in practice. Both of the interviews you heard on here, by the way, with both Mugty Holy and Birinid there, I have recorded. They're going to be in my little, whatever it's called, my little LVO wrap-up, or whatever it is. I'll title it something amazing, or, you know, how to beat the best player in the world, obviously, right? Right, I have merch to try and sell as well. I need to kick off, but I've got a banana, so I'll probably survive. Somebody just said Harambe, that's weird. I did beat the Michael guy. He's meant to be alright, Couch Warrior. He's meant to be alright. Yeah, I actually don't know where the next Necron player is on the tables. I would hope they're pretty high, but maybe not. Maybe not. Alright, I'm going to put this down and let you guys chill out. Yeah, okay, so I'm gonna admit this here and now. I'm not happy with my round 1 win against Mugty Holy, because we only went to turn 3. If we had gone to turn 4, he would have won. Like, almost, unless I got crazy dice, he would have won. And that's just, yeah, so I feel like, now I'm not saying I slow played or he slow played, but because we didn't make it to the full 4 turns, it's kind of like, well, I don't know, is it really a win? Like, if I was going to win in turn 4, then fair play. Fair play if I was going to win in both 3 and 4. But I was not going to win turn 4. Also, I think we were having super weird dice rolls. Like, he made those 2 Ulthway saves. Oh, I was livid. I was livid. How could he, you know? I felt like a betrayal of our friendship. Chess clocks. We have a chess clock on table 1, but we're not using it. Alex? Oh, sorry, the other Alex. When I get... That was me. Yeah, I beat Birinid. Just. Yeah, no, that was better than... Yeah, it was close. It was close. We both had to roll to break turns 3 and 4. So, yeah, it was pretty dicey. Where are you at the moment?
I played Marcus. He also scored 24 in the first round.
Oh, wow.
I actually played him, and I beat him like 23 to 9.
Well, what was he running?
G-Circle.
Oh, okay. Oh, interesting. Interesting. I'm done. Do you want to take over, or do you want to pause the stream, or... Oh, okay. Good one, lads. I'll talk to you again soon. Bye.
Hey everybody, we're just taking a break between rounds here for lunch. Hope everybody's enjoying the stream and my mouthful of food. The next round will start in about 45 minutes.
I was like, okay, well, fair enough.
Might be me and you on screen. How many questions can you say?
So presumably next I am going to play an Asiani and I cannot.
Just typing into the chat that the next round of the tournament starts. It's hard to do this with one hand.
It's all right. I know.
Yeah.
Lunch break at the moment. Hey, let me know in the chat if you want to see that sweet intro to the tournament video with the drone shots of the Bally's Hotel. Actually, you know what? I'm definitely playing that right now. Boom. Stream got some sweet shots in the Bally's Hotel.
BCB
Got 45 minutes.
Whoops, sorry about that.
I am going down to
Boom.
No, I'm going to head down to if anybody wants to buy stuff. No. I need to figure
Just got to make a couple of announcements here. Be right back.
Can I fanboy out and take a picture with you? Because the guys at my local group, they're, oh, you gotta take a picture of me. You gotta take a picture. Right? Oh, maybe if I flip it around, get it right.
People are just taking selfies with the local celebrity Glass Half Dead right now. It's pretty funny. Selfies all over the place.
No, I'm actually because I faced Michael.
Right. Oh, that's a great first match.
Woo! Okay, I'm looking at the. I don't have the standings in front of me right now. Discord is telling me 2,000 Suns in the top 10. Azarani is in first place overall right now. So we got a couple of Azarani in the top 10, a couple of Thousand Suns. Those will be some crazy matchups.
I've done it right. I lost my first game. Won my second one. So I never have to face the guys till tomorrow.
The lists for LVO should be on the Best Coast Pairings app, or if you go to bestcoastpairings.com on the website. I'm not 100% sure how easy it is to find the events on the website, but if you have the Best Coast Pairings app, you generally can usually find the results or of the current round and the standings and all that kind of stuff. Turns out Glass Half Dead knows how to play Kill Team. All right, looks like the Discord has helped me out here and listed the top 5. In first place, after 2 rounds, we have Alex Rutnarik on Azarani. Alec Berryman on Drakari is second place. Alex Squires, and Alex in the top 3. Alex Squires from Los Angeles is on Adeptus Mechanicus. He's in third place. James Skinner on Thousand Suns is in fourth place. Philip Manabat is on Tyranids, and he's in fifth place. Jacob Cordero is on Grey Knights. He's in sixth place. And Daniel Schimmler is in seventh place with Astra Militarum. Dakota Luster is in eighth place on Astra Militarum. Janice Gilham on Azarani is in ninth place, and Blaine Caron is on T-Suns in 10th place. So there are probably other undefeated players, such as Glass Half Dead, but those players are ranked by the scores that they scored in their games. So they have probably come close to maxing their scores in each of their games. Just have to log back into the stream chat here.
these things, but I was like, hey, well, I was afraid of using that like in a summer game, but I don't think it was actually going to change. It wasn't going to change. That was my Yes. But I mean, it couldn't have gone to within range. I mean, it really would have come down to like 2 more. 2 more where we need like 5 or 6.
Not anymore. It happened to be in a regional one time. You were in the low end round.
Yeah.
And I think this guy came in there.
Okay, I don't know how to get these out of here.
And these are named all these regional national events he's running. He's down in the scrub section now, so I don't know what happened in this round. But it was cool.
Put it in the back here real quick to grab Stan and Ray.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, just be really careful.
Yeah, yeah. Of course.
We have some maintenance stuff coming through here. Just had to move out of the way.
One margarita slice for you.
There is, but you gotta look at all the way down there. You don't have a lot of time. I'm feeling really risky about it.
Whatever you got me the other day.
So Glass Up Dead's undefeated with Necrons, and yet currently there's a Grey Knight team above him in the standings. Conspiracies. Conspiracies. There are 2,000 Suns in the top 10, 4th place and 10th place, as well as 1 Grey Knight, 2 Astra Militarum. This is the top 10. 1 Tyranids, 1 Admech, 1 Drakari. Whoops. I lost it.
Well, I mean, I'm 0-2, but more than
And 2 Azurani. So no more than 2 of any faction in the top 10.
And like these Necrons just it's like, you know what? It's still and I tell, I was like, nah, don't put this aside. Now I'm like, you know what? The world's ready for me to take down. And I'm not gonna feel bad about it anymore. Just
So yes, we are on a lunch break at the moment. A little over 30 minutes, 35 minutes before the next round starts. Let's see that intro video again. Wish I had some music.
Well, actually, to be honest, I'm enjoying the silence because my tinnitus is so
Oh, no,
bad.
not for you, for the stream.
So I guess I just have to see. Yeah, my tinnitus acts up so bad in a room like this where everybody's sounding. Even though it's so much quieter than downstairs, it's still really loud. Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, if I win my next two games with good scores, I can still be in the top 8.
Yeah, I don't know how many, after 4 rounds, with
Yeah,
50,
three and 4. Well, maybe even less, because not as many people came this. Were you at 54? I think that's 3 and 3, right? So 27 after the first round, 13 after the second round, 6.5 after the third round, 3 1/4. So that's most likely 3. Still be 3 4 and 0s, and then the top 5 3 and 1s will go. So I mean, 10's not a good losing score, so that is. It's whatever. It's losing scores are typically not going to be high.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I mean, I shouldn't say that people lose 17 to 18 all the time. So, yeah. But if I have 2 more points that are in the 20s, which is a lot to ask.
Yeah, it was crazy. We had 3 ties in that first round. The top 10 right now is 2,000 Suns, 2 Azarani.
The yellow shirt guy. Dakota. I know his name.
Yeah.
Dakota's got 2 and 0.
Alex.
Well, there should be 13.
Yeah.
13.
I only know the top 10. Glasses.
Yeah, all the usual suspects. So I don't have to play any of those clowns. Well, certainly not next round, right?
Yeah.
And then maybe not even in the last round, because they won't all be.
Yeah.
They won't all be 3 and 0.
Yeah.
But I'm looking forward to next year just playing for fun.
Yeah.
Buddy of mine who likes to paint and stuff, he came out here and he actually had some real tough family stuff happen to him this year. So, we were talking about that last night. So
yeah, I'm looking forward to just playing.
Yeah, that's right. Is that what you're going to do? You're going to get out of the TO business next year? So is Birna doing BAO?
Yeah. Well, no, he's kind of, I think, working with Sheldon to he's doing the packet, I think, and Sheldon kind of gave him a couple parameters of what he wanted the packet to be.
So BAO was Sheldon. Slaughterfest is Sheldon's baby. Next LVO is just Elliot?
No, it might be Sheldon made it in some way.
So Sheldon's just taking this.
He's got the stuff.
Yeah.
He'll probably always need support because he really
So you might help out.
He prefers to do the technical stuff.
And then so Sheldon's just gonna do every one of these. And then Elliot will be involved here and there. And maybe you'll help out a little bit. Kieran to help, and maybe they'll get other people to help. Yeah. When I started this year out, and I set the goal for myself that I wanted to do as best I can. I wanted to get 4 tournaments because I was looking at VCP rankings. ITC didn't even exist yet.
Yeah.
And I've so surpassed what my goal was. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
To not only get 4 tournaments and be in, maybe be on that first page, but to be number 1 the whole year, and a lot of people here know me and stuff like that. I kind of already. I did it. Yeah. And so.
You either could just do it again.
Well, yeah, and that's right. No, I definitely don't want to do it again. But even if I don't play well in one of these next 2 games, and then I get dropped.
It's definitely getting more because the whole scene's getting more competitive for sure.
Yeah. What sucks is, this game was super. We were just cool, right? Last didn't care if he was gonna lose, and I didn't. I wasn't that bothered. But it sucks when you get a game like we had here with Class, and it's in the 4th round. And it's 2 guys who are trying to make the top 8. There's no way to just be cool. You know what I mean? You gotta just freaking take it to the wire. You gotta get a judge, make calls on all this different stuff. It's very hard to say. Well, we won't, of course, in the 4th round. We won't say we're stopping at 3. We're going 4. And it gets a little harder to say. Oh yeah, you can go back and do this, right? So.
But I know there's quite a few other people here to play
fine.
We've got a few questions, just like being very meticulous about their
No, it's not drooling. And, I mean, yeah. That's really the nice thing
I
about
don't know if
it.
you heard what happened with those guys. Not.
Luke's a edgy player. Very
He, I think one of his guys, his opponent had like line of sight to one of his guys, and he actually says in including that the base, the model doesn't count. It's just the model itself. Elliot answered his question, but he ruled it the other way.
Oh, Elliot ruled it the other way?
Yeah. And then it definitely affected the game. And then he came and asked me afterwards without telling me that he'd already gotten a rule for Elliot. And I was like, oh yeah, no, the base doesn't count. It's in the FAQ. It's just
The other guy, the guy who lost.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if he lost, but it just really.
So did Luke lose because of that, or
may have? Because he was pretty shaken.
He couldn't position where he wanted to, and it changed that. And then, one, I know the guy was a little rules for it. I mean, it is what it is, but he's like, oh, the tip of my staff. But
who do you play?
Great idea. Like, oh, nobody can see my leader. But then when he takes his leader to the side, he's like, oh, my leader can see that. So it's just kind of some weird stuff, but it is what it is.
Yeah, sometimes it's too edgy.
What I was gonna say was, are you getting food, or are you good? Or
Elliot's just grabbing me something.
Okay, cool. As long as you're good.
But man, we've had some awesome games. Obviously, yours, like everybody was losing.
That's cool. Well, I'm glad.
Just because it was simply, regardless of how the game actually went, it was like just the fact that basically randomly putting you guys against.
I was excited to win because I practiced a lot against Necron, so it was like, you know, a known quantity. And that was really, I mean, you know, it was definitely good of him to bring the shooting Necrons.
Yeah.
How it turned out, but
Turns out he knows how to play.
yeah, no, I'm not. I mean, he, you know, I mean, he had what I would call there was a structural problem in the game.
Where he positioned his guy.
Yeah, and it's not necessarily even just where he positioned his game. It's more like in the objectives that we both set out for ourselves.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And so, like, intrinsically, I was just going to end up with, like, you know, sort of like things eventually washing out. I was going to have, like, a 1-point advantage per turn in the long term. And so that's when I say that, like, my game plan was going, because that was happening. Like, you know,
And it looked very highly likely.
Yeah. The last turn was going to be good. And you know, I mean, again, like
Could have just run a bunch of reanimation protocols, though.
Well, it could be. I mean, I didn't necessarily need them. Yeah, I mean, of course you could. I guess you could just totally flip the dice. But, you know, it's pretty rare that happens. I mean, it might happen in one attack. You know, when we focus so much, if we see, like, an attack that we think should... If there's something that should happen 60% of the time and it doesn't, we're like, oh, that was terrible luck. Well, I mean, it's not terrible luck, right? And, like, I mean...
That game felt. I mean, it's interesting. I find the the sort of slight trend push in this format to like kill these secondaries, potentially choosing them, or even just the format encouraging elite type teams. I think it definitely puts more emphasis on the dice rolls, as opposed to just being able to kind of position guys and auto.
And that was one reason that I came into this saying that I think it's going to be tough to get 4-0 or certainly get 7-0 because you are going to have more games where it comes down to those dice and you should have got to kill more but you didn't get any kills. That could just happen.
Like you had a whole tournament of all Custodes players. It would literally just be basically the dice.
Right. That's right. So that there's more of that and I mean, it's good to have the elites be more represented. I think it's intrinsic to kill team. It's probably not as good for like who best understood the packet and did everything, but I mean, you're still gonna have people. It's gonna be between 12 people who are all really close.
Yeah.
You know
and
what
you have the people that are obviously win most of the time.
Right.
Yeah, the Grey Knights were a hard one to go against. They're two models.
Yeah, really, I enjoy them. And I like that tables have a good amount of cover.
They're the first
I was really loving
tournament
it.
where every table is basically in any game.
Yeah. No, I mean, God, I would really love it if you could do the other one. But another thing I love about this format, man, reserves are so so much of a thing. I'm using them every turn, and they're really. They didn't matter in my last game because the kid kind of like he had to go first, and he just ready everything. Froze up, and then I was like, well, okay, I don't want to reserve anymore because I'm just gonna.
Okay, I guess I'll just.
I'll just slowly move in on you, right?
Yeah.
But it certainly was great, against class. I think it's a great protection against that problem of rolling to go first when you're a range team.
Yeah.
In fact, class should be doing it if it brings the range. No problems.
Yeah.
Because then you get two guys at least that are going to be well positioned to get a shot off like you want to, and that threat is so.
And they can just teleport anywhere most of the night.
I don't actually know.
It might just be the flavor ones.
I think one of the things will do that, but just dropping into your own deployment zone is pretty effective for most range guys. And
If you
most
know
days,
you're going to put the guy in your deployment zone, you may as well just drop him in.
especially if he doesn't get a penalty for moving. Because flag ones don't. So as long as you're happy with having a guy in the deployment zone and you know that there's going to be somewhere in there where you can get a shot, and then for one command point, you can always go around anywhere on the battle edge. So anyone can get into the back. You're not really turning this stuff in, I guess.
Too many players this time. It never got recorded after the last one anyway, so.
Hey chat, I'm back. We're just hanging out. Unknown request error. Okay, I'm trying to join the stream chat. May have to wait till Sheldon comes back. Strange error I'm getting here trying to log into the chat.
Yeah, like the whole question, I had the school guys jump over the barbed wire, and it was fantastic. I was the only entry for opening, so I won.
Yeah, that's cool. I mean, it's the same idea. Like, you really don't have like that's what I'm doing. I really wish they would do like that. So even downstairs, well, they do have so many block numbers, but they don't have like a very high ratio sheets. So, well, they might have a new block number for everything, but you don't know if you're doing it.
got about 15 minutes till the next round starts.
Or I think it might have been 18. But I only got 3 points. Because I couldn't push up that direction. So I tried to push down the flavor. And then yeah, the direction I went put me closer to you. I wanted to try to come in with some more charges in different directions. So it just made it forced me to push it.
We're going to put up the pairings in about 5 minutes.
Well, I mean, it's all about, you gotta have a plan, everything in place. I mean, obviously, if you don't have a good list of practice plan,
you guys now. I mean, I've had like 2 cool matches. So, I don't mind. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, no, definitely.
More draining for you and you want to take a game or two off.
No, I don't mind. I don't mind. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I know.
You were staring at the numbers there, and I was going to tell you that in America, we have this
Where do they come from? Not America.
not America. That is the great mystery of bananas.
Well, they come from slavery and imperialism. That's how that works.
So,
Yeah, no. As far as I'm aware.
along with most of especially Curry.
Oh, good. Oh, good. You can't go wrong with this. I heard. No, I'm sure there is. I think there is one. But not this. No. How was your game today?
Good.
Yeah.
Got to the end of round 3 against Pink Rose. This is my advice for round 2. They have to get it. And then I played the guy who's in here. There are a couple of people in the middle of the rankings where the final numbers they should be voting against them is already funny. So in the middle of a round one might be some.
Well, I think honestly, me and him got to really good with
Every single.
Hey, chat. More of an inquiry than a question, I guess. What do y'all think about the Azurani tactic Supreme Disdain stacking with the Striking Scorpion's ability so that when they roll an unmodified 6 to hit... What? Oh, before you do it? Here? Yeah. Oh, wait, no, sorry, it's back. Oh, sorry. Hold on, don't push that. Hopefully without accidentally pushing anything else.
Rank tables?
Yeah. does it stack with the Striking Scorpion? We're pretty sure it does, but just throwing that out there.
So if I start at 5 or 3:45, then time would be 5:15. So I added 15 just to... All right, pairings are up!
Pairings are up!
Just one or just two?
Oh, this is one. Apparently they shifted it.
I didn't know. I just saw one.
Okay.
So we just did the pairings for round 2 of the tournament.
My name's Alex. That one? Should let us play on this one. Oh, yeah. Oh, I thought this was that one.
Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you.
You and I are playing, so it's got to go good. So there's nobody playing here. Because I'm going to play my piece out. How are you doing? What's up?
Mission 3.
This is the layout. And then in the annual, you got a title that's at one stage, right? On a 1, 2, 3, you have a receipt there, and then I was gonna end up doing this.
That's Try not to.
Oh, okay, because yeah, we did look. Okay, so that's fine.
All right, we're starting round 3 of the. All right, round 3 of LVO 2020 Kill Team Tournament. This round we have Alex Berryman from the San Francisco area versus, Alec Berryman from the San Francisco area versus another Alex. I think I'm just going to refer to them as Drakari and Azurani players.
And I have did 3-3 from each of these guys. 3 inches this way, 3 inches that way. Each corner. So like 3 inches that way. Yeah. So it should be like. It's gonna end up being 5 inches diagonally. Yeah. This looks like it's too far.
Table 2, we actually have Alex Squires from the Los Angeles area playing Adeptus Mechanicus versus. Can't see who his opponent is yet. Thousand Suns on table 2. The table you're looking at right now is Thousand Suns versus Adeptus Mechanicus. And then on table 1, we've got Drakari versus Azurani. These are both undefeated. These are the two players that you're seeing on the stream right now are the two highest scoring undefeated players. They're the currently the top ranked players in the tournament right now. There are quite a few undefeated players. That's why A Glass of Dead is not on stream this round. He is still undefeated, but he's way down on table 10 or something like that. Players are just setting up their deployment zone markers and things of that nature.
Not cool. I had to chase Elliot the entire tournament.
Were you playing this year? They only had 2 events this year.
Maybe.
So yes, the Azurani player, Alex, won one of the pods yesterday afternoon, evening, with his Azurani in, and he's been, obviously, and both of these players, Alec on Drakari and Alex on Azurani, have been crushing their opponents today, and that's why they are both ranked number 1.
Everybody here's been playing more than that. Ace is fair enough. Alright, you ready for... Oh, wait, let me go. Yeah, it's always...
Yeah, I will point out everything. And tell you what they do too. Secondaries and highlighting.
Do you need that? Need what? The chest box?
Do I take it?
Oh, is that yours? No. Oh, okay. Just turn it to the side. Yeah, yeah. I just needed. It was pushing on the dice box. No problem. Or maybe they put there to hold the dice box. I don't know. Dice box.
Like yesterday all over again.
All right. Heading to round 3 of LVO 2020 Kill Team Championship. Players are just getting their teams ready, mustering their teams, picking their secondary objectives, explaining to each other what their models do, although these are both very high-level players, so I don't think they'll have to explain a whole lot to each other. So this is going to be Drakari versus Azurani. This is a grudge match in the Warhammer 40k lore. And I have a feeling this Azurani team is going to be somewhat typical in the sense that he probably will have Howling Banshees, Dire Avengers, Storm Guardians. I see a Striking Scorpion, Dire Avenger, Exarch, all that good stuff. Looks like the players are sharing their rosters with each other. It'll be interesting to see how the Drakari fare against this well-known Azurani team makeup. I definitely see some Racks as well as some Mandrakes. Racks and Mandrakes. Oh, I have a question.
What was the start time for that? What was the...
Yeah.
Players are setting up. 54 players here in this first Kill Team Major of the ITC season. Largest Kill Team event in the world.
didn't let us down, man. I'm really glad we broke the 50 mark. I was super paranoid about 40 because I would suck at ITCs and did that.
That'd be crazy.
I don't think anybody's going to beat it. I don't think nobody's going to beat it.
Oh no. Not if they stay at 100 points.
Irony 40K. Okay, they are deploying, or no, they're just sort of describing. This game could actually go pretty quickly. Both of these players, as far as I know, are quite fast kill team players. So it will be interesting. Yeah, they are just describing the models to each other. They don't have a huge amount of familiarity playing against each other's factions. I definitely see some Racks, some Mandrakes, and I think a single big sword dude from the Jakari. I can't remember what those guys are called. I know they have a sweet name, but it's not entering my brain at the moment. I think this is going to be an epic matchup. Like, both of these players are really good, and I know, as strong as Azurani is, I do think Drakari, with this particular terrain setup, you know, they have quite a bit of line of sight blocking terrain. I think they, you know, might have the ability to avoid some of the Azurani shooting. Clavex, yes, Clavex. But he does have a grotesque on his roster. I will tell you exactly what they're playing in this round once I get their command rosters.
Looking at the board, talking to the mic. It's like, God, it's kind of unsettling.
Welcome to the top team.
It was that way yesterday when I was playing Janice, and the guy was just sitting there like whispering to the mic, and it's like,
I'll just do it like this.
yeah, it's never
I'm going to grab their command rosters in a second.
I didn't actually start anybody. Is that better? Yeah, I'll show you my roster. I think he has it. Jump into some right. Yeah.
Or just put a little extra check by this man.
All right. So, for the Jakari, we have a Night Fiend leader with Bale Blast and Glimmer Steel Blade. We have a combat specialist, Akathist with Liquefier Gun and an Electrocorrosive Whip. We have a demolition specialist, Rack Gunner with the Liquefier Gun. We have a veteran Rack Gunner with a Liquefier Gun. We have an Incubus with Clave. We have a Mandrake with Bale Blast and Glimmer, another Mandrake with Bale.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, just don't leave it out for more than 10 seconds so we can shoot each other.
So we have another Mandrake, and then 4 Racks with Homunculus tools. So it looks like a team of 11 models. Yes, 11 models for the Drakari. On the Azirani side, he is Ulthway subfaction. The Drakari subfaction is Prophets of Flesh, which I think just gives a bonus to their invulnerable save. And then Ulthway subfaction for the Azirani, and has a Dire Avenger Exarch, of course, with double Avenger Shrieking Catapults. Pretty much in you almost always want to take that guy in a Azirani team. 2 more Dire Avengers, 2 Guardian Defenders, and that's just a bunch of Shrieking Catapults. A heavy weapon platform with a Scatter Laser, 2 Storm Guardians with Flamers, a Howling Banshee with the Executioner, and a Striking Scorpion with the Scorpion's Claw. So it looks like a fairly shooty, and how many models is that? They both are running exactly 11 models, which is really interesting. And they have started with deployment. So it looks like the deployments that they have are diagonally across the table. They have definitely both started deploying their models, taking turns, putting down 1 model at a time. On table 2, we have the AdMech versus Thousand Suns. They look like they're kind of deploying. Yeah, they just got kind of an interesting deployment going on for the Thousand Suns there, all bunched up together, all those Zangors. Back to the top table, and those were the second-ranked players. So this is table 1 and table 2 right now are actually the top-ranked players right now in points. So they've all scored quite a few points. Looks like we got a few Racks and a Mandrake on that objective. That Incubus, oh yeah, that was an Incubus. Who's also on that objective on the middle left-hand side of the screen. It will be interesting to see how the Drakari player works, manages the line of sight blocking terrain with the shooting from all those Shrieking Catapults and the Flamers on the Eldari squad, as well as obviously dealing with the old Striking Scorpion, Howling Banshees, and Dire Avenger Exarch. The Dire Avenger Exarch is actually the leader of this team, which I find really interesting. It seems kind of dangerous to me. That makes him definitely a juicy target. See what's going on. They're doing a bit of measuring prior to the first movement phase. it looks like we have an advance from one of the flamers up to the top of that middle building on the bottom side of the screen. All right. All right. Oh, sorry, yes, we do have two. It looks like we have two mandrakes in reserve who will be deployed at the end of the movement phase, potentially, at the end of any movement phase. So, okay, we've got Eldar moving up on top of the buildings in the middle. We've got a Flamer up on one building and a Dire Avenger on the other building. Just claiming his territory on the map with the movement phase in turn one. So definitely the Azerani won the initiative, so he is just moving his whole team first. That Flamer on top of the building, or it looks like two Flamers actually, with line of sight to the majority of the Drakari team. We'll see how they handle that. They don't necessarily want to be just charging all willy-nilly into the headlong into the Flamers from less than 8 inches away. Looks like the Azerani player is making sure that he negates the deep strike potential of the Mandrakes by staying within 5 inches of as much table edge as he possibly can. Let's check out that other side camera angle. You can see those Drakari models. So really this camera angle will be mostly just from the Drakari point of view from their deployment zone.
5 that way.
I found them online. I'm not that creative. I have the stick of flaming and the stick of deep striking. They're actually nice.
So the Drakari player, Alex, has a whole bunch of, like a stack of rulers, each one for a specific distance. So one is 5 inches for deep striking, one is 8 inches for flamers, and they're all very useful for speedy measurements to see if you are in range or out of range. So I highly recommend having that. It looks very useful. They're just a stack of little MDF rulers. Both of these players have their nice little skinny measuring tapes, allowing the models to skirt around corners really easily. So now it is the Drakari player's movement phase, and it looks like he's advancing a man. Not sure what that is, actually. Oh, a rack. Advancing racks. Whole bunch of racks there. Advancing. Multiple rulers to mech. Ooh, that is super useful. Look at that. Measuring around those corners. He looks like he wants to head on over to the other side of the table with that advance. These players being very meticulous with their movements. Got a whole bunch of racks ready to position themselves. Still moving phase, turn 1 for the Drakari. Checking line of sight. Let's check out the deployment for the Thousand Suns versus Admech on table 2. Looks like the Thousand Suns are heading for the bottom side of the table. Still the movement phase. Turn 1, Drakari. They got advancing racks with their tools, taking their tools with them. I like that tip, Escapee 334. Plastic rulers to make a whole bunch for key measurements. These players are being meticulous with their placement, making sure that they can just see the edge of weapons.
My commentary is like,
yeah.
He actually gets a commentary.
So he's just figuring out where exactly he wants to put that rack on the center objective. We'll see what the Azarani player has to say about that. These are both very, very good players, incidentally, so it'll be really interesting to see how they do. I'm curious also to find out what secondary objectives they have chosen. Yeah, cut the rulers from the bones of your enemies. That's definitely a Korn thing to do, I think. Or no, actually more like a Slanesh. Hey, just be mindful of these cords.
Yeah, they're like, I tripped
players are zipping around to the other side of the table to double check measurements. So we have the Striking Scorpion coming in from reserve on the bottom left corner of the table. So I'll transition so you can see that. So that is the Striking Scorpion there at the bottom of the screen. He's just making sure that he's outside 5 inches of enemy models when he comes in from reserve inside the deployment zone of the Drakari. Oh, one sec, I have a rules question.
Deep striking. Is it pointers around covering group?
Oh, I thought they were individual. Are they measuring like just like
So he's trying to figure out where he can put that Striking Scorpion. He's running out of room with those 5-inch bubbles around the Drakari models near that black shipping container, sort of at the bottom of the screen. Just trying to see if he can stay outside 5 inches. This 5-inch ruler is really coming in handy, I must say. Go pick up your set of rulers. It's what the top kill team players are using. So he did not have enough room to. He couldn't quite fit that Striking Scorpion in there.
So people are coming in from reserve. It's the first in terms of order.
Just had a ruling about reserves. When 2 players use reserves, how do you determine what order the models are placed in? And basically, it's the player who has the initiative. When 2 things happen at the same time and there's nothing that states what order they happen in, the player with the initiative chooses the order. Some crazy movement shenanigans happening. Still the... Oh, so now we have the Mandrakes coming in from reserves. On the top side of the screen. Mandrake coming in from reserves at the top of the screen there. So the Striking Scorpion ended up just actually staying in reserve for this turn from the Adzarani because he couldn't find a point to place him that was in a favorable position for him inside the Drakari's deployment zone. Looks like we're on to the shooting phase. Had some armor saves. Missed the feel no pain, and that's a flesh wound. Flesh wound onto the center rack. The rack holding down that center objective by himself. Another shot missed from the Adzarani. Okay, now we're on to the shooting. These are readied models. 5 shots from the, I'm assuming that is the liquefier gun from the Akathist. 5 shots. 3 hits. 1 save, 2 go through, 2 feel no pains. Failed injury roll, flesh wound. Is he going to re-roll that? He is. It's a 5 up to kill him, so is he? No, he is not going to re-roll that injury roll. Oh, he is. No. Oh wait, no, it's 3 shots. Sorry, he did not reroll the injury roll. Two wounds, 6 up saves. Nope. That is out of action for the Flamer on top of the building. The Azerani Flamer just bit the dust on top of that building on the lower side. The first casualty, first blood of this game. That's kill 1 for the primary. Double 6s for 2 hits. We've got more shooting coming from the Drakari. Rolling to wound. It looks like 1 wound. Makes the armor save. So those models were all ready. I believe we're on to the non-readied models now. So we got a grenade being thrown, a plasma grenade. Plasma grenade being thrown. Oh, I have a rules question. Sorry, 1 second.
Because if it's 2 different weapon
You just want to make sure
Sorry, I just had a rules question there. Let's see. Definitely still the shooting phase. Players are going back and forth. It is the Azerani's turn to choose a model to shoot with. So he's looks like he's going to target the rack behind the barricade on the other side of that middle objective. 1 wound. Makes the save. He's shooting at the same guy again with another catapult. Does not wound. Those racks are tough to take down. We got shooting, no save. We've got an injury roll. Another flesh wound on the Azerani. Just gonna double check something here real quick. All right, we got Flamer. Flamer shooting at the rack in the bottom right-hand corner. 3 wounds on the rack. Makes 1 save, 2 of them, and does not make his feel no pains, and he is out of action. That's the first kill for the Azerani. Remove that rack, that critical rack on that objective on the bottom right-hand corner of the screen. And another miss from another Shrieking Catapult. See if there's any more shooting to happen in this battle round. It's back to the Drakari player's turn to shoot. Not sure if he has any other models to shoot with. And they're on to the scoring at the end of Battle Round 1. Nothing in the fight phase. All right, Battle Round 2. Definitely the movement phase. Looks like we had a quick charge initiated by the Howling Banshee onto the leader of the Jakari, and he is now locked down on that left side of the board, the far left objective. The Howling Banshee made it all the way over there and just charged the leader, the Mandrake. He's going to have to do something about that. Oh, and here comes the Incubus. It's all good, it's all good.
I can't really actually.
That's what we're shaking.
So we are in the movement phase. It looks like we have the... Oh, I believe that was a decisive move for that charge from the Howling Banshee. And now the... we've got Overwatch coming. No hits on Overwatch. We've got a charge from the rack in the middle, charging around that terrain, that building on the top side of the map, heading for... Can't see that model from my angle, unfortunately. Looks like we have another advance from the liquefier gun dudes. Those liquefier guns heading towards the middle objective, ready to remove any models that dare enter that zone. And it looks like the other liquefier really wants to get to that objective in the bottom right-hand corner. Score is 3 for... Three for the Jakari and 2 for the Asuryani. Thanks, chat. Chat come through. Making sure to keep us on our toes. So yeah, after Battle Round 1, it's 3-2 for the Jakari. It'll be really interesting, this game, because both of these players have gotten such huge scores to get to this point for in the first 2 games of the tournament, that it'd be interesting to see if they have a lower score, because they're both very good players and very competitive with good teams. And it looks like we have a charge, an 8-inch charge from the Mandrake in the top edge. Oh yes, and he charged the Dire Avenger up on top of that building in the middle, who has the flesh wound. Looking to get that kill 1 primary objective. We just had a visit from the 40K, the heads of the 40K group, Reese and Frankie, who are doing the live LVO 40K stream. So they're obviously not doing that stream if they're up here hanging out with the kill teamers. Still the movement phase. So we've got that Eldar Flamer. He's really wanting to get within 8 inches, I think. He's trying to move that model on top of the building. It's really close. Got a really, really tight measurement there between two models. So that Flamer just wanted to make sure that he was within 8 inches of those racks hanging out there below that building in the bottom middle of the map. Hey, thanks for coming by, Over 5. Good night from the UK.
No, he scores whatever he's like able to score if he just continues.
But he counts as getting kill more.
If there were models to kill, but not if there's not if there's no models to kill, you don't get this. There's no bonus for table.
So you don't get max.
No.
So I really, in my tactically, I should probably hold off that last one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Does that work?
Yeah.
That's not how the ICC works.
We just had a tabling, and they're wondering what happens when you table somebody. Kill team is different in 40K in that sense that the game kind of pseudo continues. In that sense, there isn't like a bonus max score for tabling someone. So it looks like we might be moving on to the shooting phase. In Battle Round 2, Jakari versus Asuryani. Looks like the Star Cannon lining up his shot, or the Scatter Laser, I should say. This is heavy weapon platform scatter laser. It looks like he's going to try and hit that rack with the liquefier gun, who's just to the bottom left of the center objective marker. Top right, in the top right corner, just behind that shipping container, is the heavy weapon platform. Oh, so it looks like he's actually going to shoot the rack on the other side, on the other objective, on the top left-hand corner. Okay, now we got a Dire Avenger shooting at the rack in the bottom middle, just below that building, and he makes the save. So he's got a wound. Does not make the save. Is he going to re-roll the save or go on to the feel no pain? He's going to the feel no pain. Does not make it. Injury roll. Out of action. That's another rack. Drops a relic hunter token, or bounty hunter token, basically. So it looks like he wants to pick up those bounty hunter tokens. If you see those pinkish tokens on the map, those are actually like the fallback token. Those are actually bounty hunter or relic hunter tokens. Still the shooting phase. A couple of misses from the Azurani. I think we're still in the shooting phase. They're trying to determine what special abilities they're going to use. Okay, so we are onto the fight phase. And it looks like we've got some combat happening right here in the center of the screen, that sort of to the right side of the screen on that objective that is essentially inside the Drakari player's deployment zone. And it looks like the Incubus is coming down with that clave on the Howling Banshee. He's going to go for the Ulthway save. Does not make it. Now onto the 2 damage injury roll. And the Howling Banshee is out of action. Does not get to take a swing at the Drakari leader. That's a pretty big play in this game. That Howling Banshee is now removed from play, and the Mandrake leader of the Drakari is safe in his deployment zone behind that barricade. And we shall see how this plays out. Nothing from the other shooting from the Drakari. We got 2 more. Oh, sorry, this is in the fight phase. We got some more fights going on. These are the fight behind that building on the upper side of the screen to the right. Doesn't look like much came of that, so then we have some consolidation happening. Didn't really do that in the correct order, but not a huge deal. Okay, so we got some fighting back from the Azurani. Whole bunch of hits, whole bunch of wounds. does not make the save. He's going to potentially use a command point reroll. He is going to reroll the save. Does not make it. Injury roll. Oh, he gets his feel no pains, and he is out of action. Another Mandrake bites the dust. So the Striking Scorpion is still in reserve. We'll see if he remembers to bring that in. I don't think he did at the end of the battle round. The end of the movement phase. It's unfortunate when you leave a model in reserve and forget to bring him in. So on top of those two buildings, on the upper side, we have a close combat between Mandrake and Dire Avenger. Dire Avenger fought back, did not do anything to the Mandrake, or the Rack. Sorry, Rack, not Mandrake. So we've got nerve tests being taken by the Asuryani who have flesh wounds. The end of battle round 2. It's interesting because I think the despite the Howling Banshee being killed, I think the Asuryani player is holding more objectives and killing more models that turn. So we could see a point swing despite the Howling Banshee going down. So we'll see how this score plays out.
What's the score?
We're just checking double checking the score at the end of battle round 2. All right, so the score at the end of battle round 2 is 6-8 in favor of the Asuryani. Going on to battle round 3.
Who won the initiative?
Okay. The Drakari have won the initiative. I believe the Asuryani player is trying to decide if he wants to use a decisive move. Okay, so we have moved on to the movement phase for the Drakari. Checking some distances with that sweet, sweet stack of rulers of every shape and size. Oh, he may have deep struck the Striking Scorpion into the center objective. He may just have 2 Striking Scorpions on his list. Or not on this list, but on his command roster. Yes, he does. Okay, so he has charged the Striking Scorpion in the middle. We have another charge. So still the movement phase for the Drakari. He's already initiated 1 charge on the Striking Scorpion on that center objective. Be interesting to see how that plays out.
Ages ago, I was like, oh, that's not this.
He's going to ready this leader, the Mandrake leader, or should I say the Night Fiend leader, back in his deployment zone on the left side of the screen, on that objective on the left side. We've got an advance from another rack. Moving on up to that objective on the bottom right-hand corner, next to the Dire Avenger. Making sure that he's outside 8 inches from that Asuryani Flamer who's sitting on top of that middle building. Moving up another rack to that center objective just to make sure. Okay, he did advance, so he's trying to see how much further he can go, or if he's just going to stay on that center objective. So he failed the charge with the Incubus. He readied his leader, moved a couple of racks to the center, moved a rack gunner, I assume, up to the bottom right-hand corner objective next to that Dire Avenger. And the rack and the Dire Avenger on top of the building are still in combat. And it looks like the Mandrake and the Dire Avenger. And the Mandrake is actually falling back. Interesting, from the Dire Avenger on the building on the top half of the map. Yeah, there's no Striking Scorpion Exarch in this game. It's just a regular Striking Scorpion, which sorry. It is the Striking Scorpion Exarch. It is the Striking Scorpion Exarch. It is the Striking Exarch. That is the model that he has circled on his sheet, and he's a combat specialist. So that'll be interesting to see how that rack handles him in close combat with those Manda blasters and everything. Okay, let's see what's going on here. We've got the Dire Avenger who's moving way up, and he just wants to stay outside 8 inches of that rack in the bottom right-hand corner. Sorry, it's hard to see from this angle. So you can see now in the middle of this, sort of to the bottom left-hand of the screen, that Dire Avenger just moved up to the edge of the board there, on the outside edge. Okay, the Eldar Flamer is now moving up next to that crate. Trying to see how far he can go with that Flamer. He obviously really wants to get behind that crate in the bottom left-hand corner of the map. See where he's taking him. So he's moving that Storm Guardian Gunner? Yeah, Storm Guardian Gunner with Flamer. Just zipped up with a 12-inch advance to get behind that leader. Behind that leader of the Asuryani, or Jakari. I believe that's... Okay, so he did remember to deep strike the regular Striking Scorpion. So he has 2 Striking Scorpion. No.
Hold on a second. No, one's at the bottom. Very bottom. Scorpion Exarch and then 1 Scorpion.
Okay. But it wasn't...
It's scribbled on the bottom.
Okay. Got it. Sorry, he did have 2 striking scorpions. One regular striking scorpion with chainsword, and the striking scorpion exarch is in the middle on the middle objective.
Alex, are you bouncing between the two, or is it just them?
Mostly just them. Mostly because I don't really know what's going on in the game.
That makes doing what that act does.
Looks like on table 2, the Adeptus Mechanicus are running away with it against the Thousand Suns. I see several Zangors out of action and a couple of Rubric Marines out of action. Let's see how that looks. And then we'll go back to the shooting phase in that Jakara matchup. So it's hard to kind of tell what's going on in that particular game. All right, so we got the scatter laser, I believe. Does not wound. And he tried to re-roll the hit with the command point, and it did not happen. Now onto the shooting. So we got a long-range shot. It's hard to see these models. Top left-hand corner is shooting the bottom left-hand corner flamer. I believe it's a rack shooting that flamer. And he is out of action. Ooh, that's rough. Asuryani lose their flamers. Four-up pinball does not do it. We have a 6 rolled on the hit with the Shrieking Weapon, so it's an AP -3 hit. He failed the invulnerable save. He's trying to decide if he wants to use the command point to re-roll it. He is going to. It's a critical roll, and he does not make it. But he does make, and he also fails the, so that's a flesh wound onto that rack in the middle. I believe that was with the Mandiblasters. So we've got another liquefier gun. Ooh, 1 shot. This is the center, the liquefier gun who's on the center objective. I believe he has a flesh wound. So he does hit. Does wound. No save. Injury roll, and he is out of action. So the Dire Avenger on the center objective also went out of action. This is a crazy shooting phase. We got more Shrieking Catapults shooting at the racks on the center objective with the flesh wound. Makes the invul save. That 4-up invul save on those racks is pretty dirty. Oh, crazy. Another save. Another save from those racks and their dirty sub-faction. All right, we got Mandiblasters. Does not hit. I believe we're on to the fight phase now. We got a whole bunch of attacks. 2 wounds at -2. No saves. 1 field of pain, so 1 wound. Injury roll, 2 damage. He is out of action. The Striking Scorpion in the middle goes down. That was the Striking Scorpion Exarch taken down by the rack with that 2 damage weapon. believe they've gone already on to the scoring for Battle Round 3. Just about to get into. Whoops. Okay, we're about to go into Battle Round 4, but they are. So yes, we're about to go into battle. We're not in Battle Round 4 yet. They're doing the scoring in morale phase for Battle Round 3. Actually, I'll just move that back. Yes, scoring phase of Battle Round 3.
Judge.
Oh, we have a judge call. I'll be right back. All right. I believe we're. Oh, now we're definitely in Battle Round 4. Movement phase.
Who won the initiative?
Okay, so the Azerani have won the initiative. Oh, okay, the score at the end of Battle Round 3 is 12 for the Drakari and 10 for the Azerani. This is going to be a very close game. The score is going back and forth. Quick shot of the table 2. Admech. So, we'll see what happens in Battle Round 4. Not a lot of models left on either team. Looks like there's 3 racks out of action and Howling Banshee, Striking Scorpion, a couple of Flamers, and a Dire Avenger out of action. So it looks like the... Ooh, he moved his leader. The Azerani player is going for broke, and he moved his Dire Avenger Exarch leader up on top of that middle building in a key position so he could target pretty much most of the map from that position on the top building. I'll be right back. I have another question. Sorry about that. Gotta maintain these games. Back again. All right. Okay, we got a charge coming from the Incubus onto the leader. He's doing Overwatch on that building. So the Drakari Incubus is charging. He gets an 8 on the charge. He did not take any damage from Overwatch, and he makes it. Ooh, that could be a slice and dice for the leader up on that building with that clave. He's got that usually indestructible Dire Avenger Exarch. Might be in trouble after that charge. So we got a repositioning of the rack in the bottom right-hand corner. Looking like he wants to get in range or line of sight. Oh, he wanted to get in range of that. Here, I'll switch to that other camera angle. He wanted to get in line of sight of that Dire Avenger on the bottom left-hand edge of the screen. So you can see that rack on that objective on the left. When I switch to the other camera, it's the objective on the right, but he just wanted to be in range of that Dire Avenger, although I don't believe the Azurani have moved yet, so he can definitely go wherever he wants. Now, there is a Striking Scorpion who is behind that bottom left-hand black shipping container. Looks like the Drakari player is still trying to decide if he wants to try and charge that Dire Avenger on the right-hand side of the board. Oh no, he's just going to advance. He gets a 6 for the advance, so he can pretty much go wherever he wants. And he just wants to move up. Looks like we have another advance going. With some ridiculous dice.
So can we use the other dice? Oh yeah, sure. I had 6. I'll use these 3. The chat gets angry.
But
Can't make the chat angry.
What are these little blocks?
Just making sure they're using the visible dice. All right, we got 4 hits. This is, I believe this is with a ranged attack. He's using a CP on one of the 4-ups, and he does not make it. He's feeling no pain, does not make it. Injury roll. Flesh wound. Flesh wound on that rack in the bottom right-hand corner. I believe that was a shooting attack, so I should probably move on to the shooting phase. So then he did fire and fade with that Avenger, Dire Avenger, back onto that objective in the bottom right-hand corner. This game is going to be epically close, I feel. Okay, we got shooting phases, we got heavy weapons platform, scatter laser, about to unload on across the whole table from the right side on that objective all the way across to the left side at the leader, at the Mandrake. 4 to wound, no AP, 5 up, invul save. Does not make the invul save. He's already used a reroll. He does get the feel no pain, does not make it. Just the flesh wound. But that could cause him to take a break test. We'll see. Man, this game could literally go either way right now. Still in the last shooting phase of the game. Looks like the stream slowed down a bit, so I apologize if there's a little bit of lag. Oh, stream is slowing down. Okay, it's back up. So we'll see, man. This game could literally go either way right now. Still in the last shooting phase of the game. Looks like the stream slowed down a bit, so I apologize if there's a little bit of lag. Oh, stream is slowing down. Okay, it's back up. Oh. Okay, now we got the Night Fiend on the left-hand side of the screen, shooting at the Striking Scorpion underneath the Battle Round logo, or the Battle Round text right there on the screen. So the Striking Scorpion is in the bottom left-hand behind that black shipping container being shot at. I don't believe anything came of that. Okay, now we got the Night Fiend on the left-hand side of the screen, shooting at the Striking Scorpion underneath the Battle Round logo, or the Battle Round text right there on the screen. So the Striking Scorpion is in the bottom left-hand behind that black shipping container being shot at. I don't believe anything came of that. Oh, so the Striking Scorpion just shot and missed back at the leader. One save, but they get through. Injury roll, flesh wound. Flesh wound on the Dire Avenger in the bottom right-hand corner. So we'll see what happens with that fight. Oops. Oh, so the Striking Scorpion just shot and missed back at the leader. One save, but they get through. Injury roll, flesh wound. Flesh wound on the Dire Avenger in the bottom right-hand corner. So we'll see what happens with that fight. Oops. See what happens with that fight phase on the top of the building. We got a couple of see what happens with that fight phase on the top of the building. We got a couple of that Dire Avenger Exarch looks like he's in trouble. He's got a rack and an incubus on him. 2 wounds. Oh, and he makes the clutch Ulthway. Feel no pain. Now we have 3 hits, sorry. Oh, no saves that time. Does get the field no pain, but doesn't do it. Injury roll, and he is out of action. That Clave with the 2 damage, or maybe that was the... Oh no, that was the MVP rack who took out the strike. Dire Avenger Exarch looks like he's in trouble. He's got a rack and an incubus on him. 2 wounds. Oh, and he makes the clutch Ulfway. Feel no pain. Now we have 2 more hits. 3 hits, sorry. Oh, no saves that time. Does get the field no pain, but doesn't do it. Injury roll, and he is out of action. That Clave with the 2 damage, or maybe that was the. Oh no, that was the MVP rack who took out the striking scorpion.
Is that the same rack? This is the MVP.
And scorpion.
Is that the same rack? This is the MVP.
All right, so that rack took out. That's good. Looks like it's going to be the end about around 4. So he does not. So it looks like both teams are going to have to take a break test. This will be interesting. Uh-oh, we got a break test coming from the Drakari. This is pretty huge. He does not want to roll high for this. Uh-oh. Oh, he gets a 7 and barely passes. Now we got nerve test time. So we got a shaken. The Gyro Fender and the Gyro Avenger shaking in the bottom right-hand corner. Now we got a nerve test for the Drakari. Oh, but he's going to auto pass with one of them, so he does have to make a nerve test on the guy, the rack by the. And he is shaken. And he passes. He uses the CP to oh no, it was the Drakari. They can, whatever it's called, they get to re-roll the nerve test. Re-roll the nerve test somehow and pass it. Looks to me like the Drakari are going to take this one, but we'll see. Looks like the stream is probably lagging a bit. I apologize. So they're calculating the scores at the end of battle round 4. Wow, that's close. 17-14 for the Drakari is the final score. We got one more round after this to determine the top 8.
I know. You didn't do it.
Final score, 17-14, Drakari dethroning the Asuryani. Be right back. Got a question. Sorry, but this match is complete. Oh, you know what I'll do is I'll switch over to the. So in the other game on table 2, the AdMech defeated the Thousand Suns 17-12. So we had a 17-14 win for the Drakari over the Asuryani, and on table 2 we had the AdMech defeat the Thousand Suns 17-12. I'll be right back. 1 second.
I never did, but I also never. It's just a lot of people. Yeah, I was like, oh, he's coming in. Yeah, no. That was, and by holding that too, just for free. I was like, I need to score. I was like, I need to score.
Elliot.
That's
None of us have internet or technology skills.
they live. That's kind of like
Oh my god.
I held 4 changes at the end. Did you complete a second?
I mean, you still what? Yeah, I know. I got lucky with that playing
yeah, you're very precise. That is in every Thursday and Friday game.
I'll take that one too. Yeah, for that.
Are you going to
Yeah, I mean, every
Yeah, I actually won it.
Awesome. I'm going to be there. I can get into the
Sunday. Sunday.
Oh, I know. Oh, yeah. It's fun without that fun.
I know. Destroyed her. I mean, it doesn't look as bad on paper as it did. I mean, I had bad. I wasn't aggressive, but he has so many like electro priests. Like 4 very nasty fails. Why not have it?
Yeah, we might just get to see Admech versus Jakari next. We'll see what the BCP pairings do for this next game. It's definitely narrowing down. There might be 2 or 3 undefeated players at the end of the 4th round, potentially. Or 3 or 4, I should say. Hogging the bandwidth, hogging video further, just stay on the line, it's all good. People on Bejeweled hogging the bandwidth. Yeah.
Hold on. I guess it depends on points, but there's a chance that we find this too. See over here? Yeah. Like right afterwards, I wrote this big note on my note. I forget to keep scoring.
How much longer do we have on this?
5 minutes left in the round. The 2 top table games that we have on the cameras are complete. 4 up pinballs, man.
You re-roll that 4 pinball. It's big. I spent all my CP for moving around and yeah.
Sorry, guys. Be right back just when we're between the rounds here. Yeah, we still have one more round. Biernid is undefeated. He is 3-0. He defeated his opponent 17-14. Or sorry, Glass Half Dead is 3-0. He did defeat his opponent after after round 3. Sorry, I'll be right back once again. The next round will start relatively soon. I'm thinking in like 10, 15 minutes.
some clarity in the clocks thing.
What thing?
The clocks thing.
Oh yeah.
If my opponent agrees, is it fun to use it?
If they are like really functional. Generally.
So SoCal Open, I had more than one game. Like not
Yeah, that's why we.
and then
That's why we made these.
that's what it was.
Yeah, with breaks and stuff.
But it was the same. SoCal
Yeah.
30.
So whether or not you
So what
agree with that or not.
It's just it's totally fine. What do I do if someone's slow playing?
Balls, balls.
Okay, and you just spike play. That feels more computational accusatory to me. So.
Incidentally, I'm actually a fan of chess balls.
Yeah. Oh, that someone ran out of time.
Welcome back. Looks like at the top table, somebody's.
Hey, hold on. Somebody's playing here. Who wants to play here? Oh, I thought you were the kid.
No, Alec and
No, we're not. We're moving it.
All right, so we're going to see the Drakari again. And they're against Azeroth. I don't even have to change the names of the teams. Don't even have to change the factions. It's Drakari versus Azerani again. Why are those zeros out of alignment?
Forward? Yeah. Mission 4! Mission 4!
So Daniel said he wants to peace out and go drink with his buddies. Eric is actually in a position where, what do we get him if he has a buy? What points does he score?
Are you guys cool if we go a little over on this round?
Oh yeah, this is the last round of the day.
Just so
Yeah, I mean, I set the timer up on the app. We're going to try and stick to it, but I'm not going to be super strict at the end.
My goal is to be in 9th place. I'm on target. I'm on target to 9th place.
This is wants to drop. This dude actually needs some. I told him I could win with my space. We'll figure something out. Play me. Like the ITC doesn't give you full points. They have a set score that you get. So we could look at like a percentage.
But just
like
because
a 24.
I think I need it.
Yeah. We're talking about it.
All right, cool. What else? Yeah.
I think you get like a 24. 42, so. You change things. This is the only time it'll come up, so we can just decide this is a one-off. I can just go to... A decent number to decent top 12. I think we should. You tell me. You're the last filler, so
now that we've got all the tables set up, let's change that.
Muscling in on that one. That's the right thing to do. If he wants to play him and get wrecked and go to drink and he gets his.
And I also All right, we're back with a extremely laggy stream. I'm not sure why. I guess people are logging into their Bejeweled, as the chat said earlier. We've got Drakari versus Azurani. Both players are 3-0. Players are 3-0. We have quite a few players at 3-0 today, actually. I think we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. About approximately 8 players at 3-0. All right, we're back. You know what? I kind of want to let's reset that recording real quick. I would refresh the stream, but I'm worried that we would lose it altogether. Sorry about the lag. We will have recordings of these matches up on YouTube at another time. So on table 2, we now have Admech versus Azurani. Yeah, so 2 Azurani players in the top 4. Janice Gilhelm, who is in the running in the ITC ranking, is looks like she's in the top 4. Playing against Alex Squires, Adeptus Mechanicus on table 2, which we can see right here. Table 2, that's Admech versus Azurani. And for this match, we've got Drakari versus Azurani. And it looks like he's actually going to be using his... Looks like he's going to be using Grotesque. Look, I see a Grotesque. See a Grotesque. Oh, he may have just been showing it to him. He's putting it back in the box. Poor Grotesque. Not getting to come out versus the Azurani. Not getting to come out versus the Azurani. But I definitely see some racks. Oh, so they have not highlighted their teams yet on their command rosters.
Yeah, so these are, they're not, they're actually really missing with like a nudge of like a fraction of an inch. They are
And then on table 3, we've got Grey Knights versus Astra Militarum, I believe. And then on table 4, still undefeated, we have Glass Half Dead versus Chaos Demons, Pink Horrors. Is that? So Glass is playing the Pink Horrors team. Oh, can I see that one? So I'm going to give you guys the rankings real quick. I have to put down the mic for a second, but I'm actually going to punch in the actual top 8, I guess.
And then I have a column special, other tire, a few more guardian with, antenna looking thing. And the other guy with two booms, these guys all have two booms. He has two gun barrels, he fires them independently, so I can see that. And then I have,
Just putting in the standings here for the top 10 so I can throw them up on the screen. Just give me a second here, and then I'll get back to that game between the Jakari and Azarani. Looks like they're deploying.
so basically, like, they're the same singular counter banshee, and then I brought two striking singular, and that's should be, I think, 10 of them. He has a fighting blade, which is probably different than Alex. So fighting blade is, he gets 4 attacks, straight 6, I believe, might be straight 5, any hits of 6, generate another attack. Striking scorpions, if there's close combat, they command attacks at the beginning of the fight.
Anyways, I'm going to put up the standings. Ignore the symbol, the hold on, I guess, see if I can change it. Sorry about this. He set it up so it was very difficult to change symbols. Anyways, I'm going to flash the top 10 up on the screen. Ignore the factions. These are not the factions that they're playing. Ignore the factions. All right, back to the actual game. We're still in the deployment phase of this game. It looks like the Azirani have deployed. He has deployed his whole army. I'm a little confused. Are you still in deployment?
Yeah, we just started deployment.
Okay, they're just starting deployment now. I guess that means I have time to
Are we really boring
put
the
in some
crowd?
scores.
Are we really boring the crowd with
No, no.
I just have to go. I have to go ask Sheldon something.
Fellow Geo.
Trying to figure out how to change the icon. Trying to figure out how to change the icons.
Can you how loud it is? So this is the volume here. This is the volume here. Alright guys. Elliot Miller here. We're just checking it out. Nice diverse top